やー
with Zoria and learned about what happened with her while we were out there adventuring and fighting monsters. We said our goodbyes to Alcina and made our way to the Dolorav, where Ruka and Zoria spoke about their past, reuniting after some time, seemingly Zoria not remembering any of her pasts. Ruka seemed patient and wanted to help her remember, but nothing's coming through right now. Our quest, however, is now completed, and the way for the Kryn army is cleared. The battle and conflict in the Iothia moorlands has quelled for now, with the new leader of the orcs being instated, and the Dolorav becoming our staunch allies. A magical message was sent to Varen, who will arrive within a week or so, and in the meanwhile, we had ourselves a bit of a festival, celebrating victory against Araki Flamehand, the terrible Groomsh, well, thought to be a Groomsh-following tyrant. During this festival, however, a terrible tragedy struck. An ambush by Doomeran warriors and assassins who arrived just as our backs were turned and our guard was down. After a pretty brutal start, the party managed to get a victory, as they often do, even capturing one of the Malice Guard soldiers for questioning. So, friends, as we jump back into the game, the sounds of laughter and enjoyment of this celebration of victory over a tyrant has long been quelled. Now instead, yelps of pain and sounds of crying, of suffering, of loss fill the space around the Roost, the central stronghold of the Dolorav people. We see bodies laid out. The party was successful in destroying most of these very powerful drow assailants. However, many have fallen. We see families forever separated. We see pain on the faces of the Dolorav as they begin to attempt to bring back their fallen. Yet the wounds left by the poisoned blades and arrows leave nothing behind. As we hear the sounds of pain and trouble here, we see Ruka, who is pulling out one, then the second, then the third arrows, these massive sort of poison arrows that struck her before she was healed. She sort of looks amongst you all and holds her chest as thank you. Once again, I live because of your aid. The Sky Spear. I need to make sure she's alive and well. She goes to sort of move through the crowd, beginning to call out to some of the soldiers and warriors here who were, having a good time, relaxing, not planning or expecting anything akin to this to happen. As she rushes through the crowd, Zoria, currently, your hand is around a neck of one of these Malice Guard, one of these people that you've knocked out here. You see not this guy you killed, but one of these sort of grunts, one of these sort of like low-level warriors that was around. Zoria, you're currently holding a injured and nearly unconscious dark elven woman. You see a young woman, elf, but in comparison to human, she can't be more than like just barely an adult, right? You look to her, and in her eyes you see glint of red magic, as if malice and jealousy, as if they can take form within someone's very soul. This woman looks around the battlefield as Aruka begins to sort of kind of struggle to move as she sort of hobbles away, as this Drow woman looks amongst the slain people of the village here. A sick grin crawls across her face. Before she begins to slowly lose consciousness from all the pain she's gone through. What do you guys do?
I have my senses about me, right? Like, I'm not going crazy?
No, you are fine at this point. You've seen that battle has sort of been finished. The enemies are destroyed. Should you choose to, since your rage now lasts 10 minutes, you can keep raging if you want, huh?
I think for Zorya's part, like, seeing, like, Ruka get up this thing here, watching her kind of, like, limp away towards the Sky Spear, Zorya is going to, like, she drops the drow and the axe, and then, like, her body sort of does, like, the whole burst into water thing, and, like, shoots to, like, Ruka's side, where she kind of, like, wells up and, like, supports her. It's like, I will help you. And then, like, help her limp along to the Sky Spear.
You sort of leave with her as you see some of these warriors looking around. There's some stragglers left behind, these drow assailants, but they are quickly dispatched. As you all begin to sort of gather there, Zorya, Ruka puts her hand sort of on your sort of shoulder and kind of walks with you, as you do see the Sky Spear, who has also been wounded during this battle. A blade has struck her sort of through the abdomen, but she's currently being healed by the few of the shamans that were present. It seems that she will survive, but might need a few days to recover. As Ruka sort of approaches, she says, "Sky Spear, are you well? We should have known. I feel like I failed you." And the Sky Spear, this older woman, raises her hand and says, "Enough, child. Nobody could have seen this coming. These spider worshippers, they would have always awaited for the moment we took to celebrate our victory when we are weak to strike. There is nothing any of us could have done. I'm just happy we've survived as people, as a whole." Ruka sort of looks over to Zorya, looks back to the Sky Spear, and begins to sort of tend to her. She looks to you, Zorya, says, I'll be fine, thank you. See if your friends are alright.
They were fine when I left them. I will, she kind of looks back over her shoulder out in that direction. I will stay here. In case others come.
At this point, with the rest of you guys back here, Ayla, as you approach, you kind of look about, you see that few of these Dolarav warriors and shamans have captured these Lolth worshippers, many of these drow. Not all of them have been killed. Maybe there's like 5, 6, 7 of them that have been captured and knocked unconscious instead, and are currently putting them in whatever chains or manacles or like ropes to tie them with they have. You see as one of these drow is sort of kind of pushed onto the ground, they are kind of hissing and spitting insults to everyone around them, as if a religious sort of mantra. You hear them sort of repeating to themselves, "We are the engine of hatred and the heart of vengeance. We are the silken garrotes that choke the last living breath from your light-tricked corpses. We will have our malicious vengeance in this life or the next." And they're sort of hissing and spitting these insults at everyone nearby. However, Ayla, you definitely catch as this person that is sort of chanting this is doing so in the direction of Captain Ray, who is standing nearby with a sort of disgusted look on her face, staring down these captured drow.
She doesn't know if they're chanting as if to like summon something. So she'll gag them.
How about you make me a religion roll? Now new and improved. This is totally where you roll a 1 now that I hyped you up. Hey, never mind. Let's go. Ayla, you realize that they are doing a sort of kind of requiem chant, like a death chant. Like this is their last words. They are proudly going to be executed and sent to their goddess, right? They're not doing any sort of magic or anything. They don't seem to have any magical abilities or such. Their hands are already bound and everything. This is them just sort of final insult, chanting loudly, hoping that the their words are heard by their goddess, who will take them to whatever hell or paradise awaits them. They're expecting to sort of like be executed.
She will tell them. She'll say in Elven she'll also talk to the regular people. Maybe we should not let them say whatever they're saying. They're not saying anything bad, but could put gags on them possibly.
When you say that, one of the sort of like warriors nearby, a older woman with the shade side of the head, approaches. She tears down her eyes. She takes her dagger out and just cuts the throat of one of the prisoners. The rest of them like freak out and like, wait, no, don't do this. Don't stoop to their level. We are not like them. And the woman starts to scream how her son was just killed by them. And she will see them all slain and murdered, right? If she needs to do it herself. And the rest begin to sort of drag her away. The rest of the drow just cackle maliciously at this grievous sort of battle cry of this old woman.
That kind of I think that will fluster Ayla a little bit because she's never seen people be so joyous of seeing other people's in misery. That's not something she is, and she's kind of taken back. I think this is the first time she's seen people doing pure evil. I think she's going to put her attention to trying to help as many people as possible because she just can't be there and watching that.
Absolutely. Ayla, go ahead and give me an insight roll with advantage following that religion.
Poor Ayla.
Advantage, of course, because you are an insight elf, or what do you call it? Pallid elf.
Yeah.
Yes. 23. You get an intense feeling of absolute religious zeal. These people have been, maybe they were always like this, but you doubt it, seeing that Captain Olios, as well as Verin, and all these other drow you've met in Asarius and in the Kryn dynasty, they are more so normal people that just want to see their communities and countrymen survive and thrive, right? These seem like people that have either always been vile or evil, or what makes more sense to you, Ayla, as someone who's a religious person as well, people who have gone through 1,000 upon 1,000 years of religious brainwashing. This is the only thing they know, and it would take you 1,000 years to put even a glimpse of a thought that there are other ways in the world for them. This is the only thing they know. This is the only thing they exist for. Right? Intense religious sort of zealotry and brainwashing.
With that, I think she would feel sorry that is all they ever know. But yet she saw what how they are, and I think she's struggling with trying to figure out, could they ever be anything more than that? Because for her, she thinks that anyone could be, but seeing how they're like that, she's not really sure. But she wants to focus her time on helping as many people as she can. She doesn't want to try to put any other thoughts in her mind right now but helping people, because it's too much, I think, for her.
Absolutely. Give me one more medicine roll as we see Ayla go into a little montage of running around, rolling back the sleeves, helping people, applying all poultices and healing herbs and little bits of healing spells and all that. 16, yeah, incredible. You go running around saving multiple dozens of lives of people who were like sort of on the edge, bleeding out, needing urgent help and care. And Ayla appears at that moment. Her sort of twilight magic enshrouding her and protecting those within it. Awesome. Incredible. While this is happening, Odo and Alondra, you guys are sort of left with some of these prisoners. Alondra, one of these prisoners, sort of looks up to you and Odo here and says, "Look at you, pathetic. You side with these barbarians. You come to Iothia too late, outsiders. The grand arrival soon begins."
And,
you guys respond in any way, or does one of the Dollarabs sort of punch this person to the back of the head?
And
I'm just like,
Good.
I'm just going to start talking to him about my day and how amazing it is. And
Shut up!
the
Shut
party
up
that I
already!
went to,
Shut up! I don't
and
care about
Yes,
your
it was
day.
just so great, and just we had such a wonderful time.
Somebody
at festival,
kill me! Somebody
and
please
we
kill
just,
me!
You killed a bunch of your people, and it was like nothing. You
You
tried.
will pay for
It's
this.
I just
May
going to
my
annoy
soul
the shit out
burn
of him.
in the abyss if you do not pay for this. As they're just getting pissed off at you for
Yeah.
talking at them. This is
Yes,
worse
that's-
than torture for them right now.
Exactly. That's exactly the point. So.
Excellent. You are absolutely messing with this person right now.
They know our pain. They know.
Yeah. You thought you know suffering. Odo, what do you do while this is happening?
Grand arrival. Who are we waiting for? Who are we supposed to meet?
Wouldn't you like to know? Not from my lips, not from my carcass. You'll find out. You'll know when it's too late already.
Can I cast Lovesick on him?
Yes.
You can absolutely try, yeah? Now, keep in mind, these are elves. Is Lovesick a charm type spell?
Well, that's a great question. Let's see.
I imagine it would be. Let me see. Each creature in a 10-foot radius makes a wisdom save, cast it if it can't perfection. Blah, 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 blah. Gotcha. The creature turns mopping like a lovelorn. Gotcha. Interesting. So most of the effects of this, yeah, most of these effects of these don't make it that this person begins to like trust you intently.
Oh no,
right?
exactly.
It's
but if they
just
love
gonna make
me,
them act in a silly way. Absolutely here.
maybe they'll spill some
Okay.
beans. I don't know.
Absolutely. Let's make a wisdom saving throw for this soldier. They only have a +1 bonus. Jesus.
Oh my god.
That's a 20. They spit at your love. I care not for your magic. I
Can-
know what love is, and that is the silken embrace of my spider queen.
Wait. So, just because it's been a second,
What you got?
can I use a reaction to Silver Barbs that roll or no?
Yeah, you
Okay.
can. You totally can.
Yeah.
That's right. You totally can. Here's the reroll. 8.
Okay, yes, there we go.
Although, as they sort of begin to think about it, we see like heart eyes appear in there, like around and above them. They look to you, and let's make a little for here. Make a little D10 and see how they act. They roll an 8, which says the creature drops anything it is holding and passionately embraces a randomly different creature. Treated as a grapple attempt. Okay, this could go pretty damn bad. I'm gonna roll a D4 here.
I will
3 and-
voluntarily go into his arms.
Oh, you voluntarily try to like go into their arms?
Yeah.
Well, their arms are like bound and everything, so they can't like do anything at the moment. But they will attempt, right? They attempt to like give you a hug as their mind sort of fades back. The rest of the captured sort of children of malice look at them like, "What the hell do you think you're doing? Unhand that thing." That would be elf. We are true elves. That thing is an abomination. As they're like, no, they're hot. Look at them. They're so hot. As they're like looking at you.
Yum.
As the shamans nearby are looking at you like, what the fuck is going on over there? Elantra, you have this moment here. Go ahead and give me a deception roll with advantage to see if you're able to sort of get some more information out of them, or persuasion. Your call.
Oh man, I'm terrible at both. I don't know. I'm better at performance. That's my best one. But deception or persuasion, it's fine. Here we go. Nice.
13. 13 is not too bad here. They begin to mumble to themselves. We are not supposed to say, but to you I would say anything. To you I would do anything for you. The grand arrival. Her champion is supposed to come to us to herald her arrival sooner still. Her champion is, and then the spell begins to sort of wear off, and they begin to sort of blink and look around, confused, like, what have you done to me? What have I done? As the rest of them are looking at them like, you fool, you've said too much. This person is beginning to like thrash and throw their hands around and is trying to like intently attack her, which causes one of the nearby sort of shamans to just sort of twack him on the back of the head and knock them out. As they begin to like knock out the rest of these, as now they're like all riled up and kind of wanting to fight you.
There we go. That's how you get an answer, you know? They're summoning a champion.
The following hour proceeds very urgent. A lot of running around and healing people and helping people before you finally have a moment to sit. You finally have a moment to rest. All of you are still kind of licking your wounds, some of you less injured than others, but still, that was a rough encounter. As you all sort of sit down, kind of just you guys, just a party by themselves, you see sort of entering this little tent area that was sort of given to you guys as a place of stay, is Captain Ray. She looks amongst everyone in the party and says, that was foolish of us to let our guard down like that. I was hoping to have a moment of rest and respite with the Dolarav here, but the Children of Malice, this is the history I know about them. Every time the dynasty gets a moment to breathe, the moment to celebrate and rest, that is when they strike. They're jealous. They wish to return to the ancient ways, where their Spider Queen ruled all of our people, where they believed she's the one that created us and gave us purpose. But that purpose was small-minded, narrow and simple, worship and jealousy. Luckily, the dynasty has stepped away from such a life, but I fear that many of these Dolarav, as well as the Koshtask orcs, will have a hard time seeing us as potential allies. After all, we bear the same face as those who have just taken their loved ones from them. I fear this might mean diplomacy might be much more difficult than originally predicted from now on. She sits and just sort of kind of resigns a little bit, kind of long sigh as she just sort of sits and leans into the chair. Are you all alright? That was quite sudden.
They, no, I'm not okay. Those people, they're very different from you and your people, and I think the Kloshtas and the Lorelab could definitely see the difference. It's such zealotry in their eyes. It's very scary.
You would hope, having spent so many years learning the teachings of the Luxon, of second chances, of trying again, of rejuvenation, of healing, I myself, well, you all have met me. Patience is not my strong suit. Yet, I have been taught that all good things are worth waiting for. I'm afraid that my people of the dynasty and these people, the children of Malice, we were, long time ago, one. And I am afraid that with events like these, with assaults like these, I can sometimes understand why the people from across the mountain, those from the Dwendalian Empire, see us as monsters. After all, the people that we've just captured and killed, children of Malice, well, that's what the world used to be for us. Jealousy.
You know, I'm getting really tired of people calling what they don't know monsters. Monsters are created by actions, not what you are.
And what did you fight? The people you fought tonight, would you call them monsters?
Slaying innocent people? Yes.
She just sort of nods, and you see her eyes kind of drifting back and forth a little bit, sort of deep in thought. You see her sort of bite her lip for a moment and think, say, we've questioned some of the captured children of Malice. Turns out they attacked because of our actions. Mine, yours, all of ours. Apparently they've heard that a group from the Kryn dynasty was working on allying or ceasing battle and war between the Dolarav and the Koshtask. And they were waiting for an opportunity to disrupt such peace. If their words are to be trusted, a similar group of assailants was sent to the Koshtask stronghold as well. It's only been an hour. We've not received any word from our new Orcish chief friend or his warriors. But, well, orcs are often known for their relentless endurance. I hope some legends like that are true when it comes to our friend, our new ally, Gron.
Maybe we should send another raven just in case they're going on the. They know about the army coming. At least warn them. At least one of them could be in the
army
woods.
that's coming with Varen.
Yes.
I've spoken to him already after the victory. After you all spent some time with your old friend here, Zoria, I had a moment to speak with him and inform him properly. He assured me that everything should be well enough. He even perhaps was interested in offering the strength of his warriors to help and aid us destroy these villains of Doomeran, but, well, for the people here, for the wayward Dolarav here, I think it more so frightened them, this attack. Caused them to be on edge. The orcs, though, I'm sure that'll only ignite their spirits. You see, Groomsh is not known for many things. Well, he's not known for being a coward, and he's not known to forgive cheap battlefield tactics. So I'm sure we'll have an army of angry orcs to help us once we charge down the gates. Dolarav, though, that's what I'm worried about. Their leader was injured. I overheard some of them talking about perhaps backing away from this deal, as it seems to have put them in the spotlight. They've become targets now.
I mean, if the Children of Malice get more control, they're gonna be even more targets, so...
Well, yes. But the ones that we've captured admitted it freely, that they came here because we were uniting them. They can't wait to do it again. These are fear tactics, of course, but to someone who's just lost a relative or a friend, they can ring true. They could cause even the most brave of these warriors to frighten and step back. Well, we've survived, and Doomeran will fall. The Dark Fortress will crumble, and the last bit of vile spite left on this side of Wynandir will be destroyed. Of that, I can promise to their Sky Spear. It's been a long day. We should all rest. It's been a few days now. Preparations are all but finished. Barry will arrive 2 days from now with his soldiers. If everything has went all right. Until then, I suppose, let's see if we can, if I can count on your aid. Let's see if we can assure the Dolarav here of our sincerity, our intent to ensure their safety. Yeah? I was hoping, and she sort of looks to Zoria, says,
Oh, hell yeah, I
know
got
the
frozen
two of us
balls.
have not conversed
My balls
much
be icy.
before. Do you think you could perhaps speak with their Sky Spear? They're more likely to listen to one of their own than a stranger.
I can certainly try. I make no promises.
Very well. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go trance for tonight. I'll see you all in the morning, yeah? Stands up, leaves the room. It's just you guys at this point. Is there any additional conversation? Or do you head to bed?
I think she will want to like just make sure there's no more of these people in the woods, and she's gonna try to get on Red and see if she could just fly a little bit more out the perimeter just to make sure there's none else.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception roll. You can have advantage because of your aerial. Well, you can have advantage, but also disadvantage because it's nighttime right now. So a normal roll.
Come on, Eyes of Night.
You do have Eyes of Night. That's correct. Absolutely. Just advantage then. Not that it fucking mattered. Goddamn. 29. Ayla, you easily spot at least one remaining sort of scout, like a ranger individual of these Children of Malice, hiding in the woods, currently wounded, one arm sort of wounded, trying to retreat stealthily away. They're pretty good at stealth. You're much better at perceiving. Yeah? You're on the back of Red. If you want to, you can just stomp on this person. They stand no chance against you and your dragon.
She's worried they're gonna get back and tell them that what happened. She doesn't like killing people. She's gonna say to Red Draconic, "What do you think? We should get rid of them or let them go?"
You see Red sort of salivating at the mouth.
Okay, Red. I'm just gonna close my eyes. She's gonna close her eyes.
You close your eyes, but it doesn't make it any better. You hear this person like, what is that? Oh God! Oh God! Ah! Ah! Like getting torn apart by a dragon,
Oh,
right?
oh.
As you see them sort of fall to the ground, you open your eyes for a moment, you see this person laying there. They look to you, and in their dying moments before Red sort of slams his clawed foot into their chest, they sort of utter out, they spit some blood out and say, "The apple rots from within. Already, its flesh turning to fecal waste. You have spies within your midst. One of you has already sold you all out." And then his head is torn off of his body by a dragon.
That is going to bother her a bit.
It's Baron.
I don't know who to trust to tell that to. I think she's gonna sit there, and when she gets back, she's gonna sit there and think about who there would have the most to lose in allowing these people to come to be, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And she's not gonna know what to say. I think in the morning she'll probably mention it to maybe Odo.
Mm-hmm.
But she doesn't know who to talk to because she knows about, possibly this matron could be using Zoria, like, to be able to see through her, because she could possibly be it, but not intentionally doing it.
Mm-hmm.
But she never doesn't trust Alondra. She doesn't trust Alondra.
Hey, come on.
She's always talking about she wants evil powers and shit, and so she's just like doesn't know what to do with that.
Fair.
Casual evil powers, nothing serious.
Evil powers, good powers, neutral powers. It doesn't really matter to her. She just wants
Power's the power,
And then I don't know. I don't like the way they looked at Captain Ray when they were saying those things. So she's just now like doesn't know who to trust, which really bothers her because she normally trusts everybody.
Yeah.
And the only one that she definitely would know, she would definitely talk to Odo. Definitely in the morning.
You're really gonna trust the one that picks fights all the time?
Yeah, only because he's very honorable in his ways and stuff. And she doesn't know, like I said, she doesn't know that I know Zoria definitely would not unleash this on people that she knows to possibly be her family, but it could be not of her choice, right? This person could be looking through her eyes or using her, right, as a vessel.
Oh yeah.
So it's not that she doesn't trust her in that aspect. Definitely doesn't trust her. She wanted to fucking sacrifice people in the woods. Definitely would not tell her.
I like that you keep going back to Alondra, like, definitely not Alondra, definitely not.
Like, let's burn the woods down. I was like, oh no.
Oh my God.
But she would definitely tell
there's
that
multiple
to
solutions to a problem,
Sometimes you gotta think outside the box.
And she doesn't
Sometimes
know.
you have to burn the box down,
Like it could be also one of the orcs that didn't want Gron to become who he is. It could be any of them, but she's not sure.
Yeah, I think, Ayla, that's like, it sort of eats at you, right? All evening. You are an elf, you get to trance, so you don't have to, like, stay sleeping for as long, but the whole trance, you're thinking, all mulling these things over, like, who could it be? Could be literally anyone.
Yeah, so
right?
terrified of that. She's gonna sleep next to Red. Because she knows he won't let anyone hurt her.
He's not gonna betray her, so yeah.
Like, Red, I'm gonna sleep here, okay? Because anybody could be the person who's trying to kill us all.
He turns towards you, his face just covered in blood of all these people he's been eating for the last, like, hour. You see, like, a fucking bone, like an arm bone just sticking out of his mouth that he's just sort of playing with.
Okay, but have you considered that maybe Red is the plant? Like, he seems excessively evil.
No, he's just hungry.
You see as he pulls out a poisoned dagger. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, she's gonna sleep there. She's messed up. This was not a good night. Like seeing all these zealots and hearing that, she's just not gonna. I don't even think I'm gonna
Yeah,
trance very well.
Okay. Yeah, your mind is racing with thoughts of all kinds of deceiving and backstabbing possibilities. All right. The night does pass. The next morning arrives, and you all recover your strength. The day is spent in preparation for this army to arrive, and afternoon of that day, Ray talks to you, Zoria, and says, I was thinking of heading to speak with the Sky Spear. Would you mind accompanying me to give some legitimacy to my intent to help protect them?
Yeah. Sorry. Had a just had a thought. But yeah, she will grab her axe and pack her stuff.
Big old flaming axe as you begin to sort of move. You make your
Yeah.
way through the sort of village there, and as you come upon that sort of town hall-esque building where they meet, you enter on in. You see a lot of people still sort of like tending to their wounds, talking amongst themselves what the plan is now. You hear an individual call out from the sort of crowd saying, "Sky Spear, this has gone too far. First, these strangers come from the dynasty. The orcs now may no longer be our enemies, but we have no way of knowing if they might wish for blood once again after some time has passed. Should we move again? Should we pick up as we tend to? After all, we are nomads. We travel, we explore Iothia, as we always have. You hear another person say, "Nonsense. We're stronger than ever now. These people thought they could destroy us, to strike at us when we were weak. We are not weak. To Dolarav, stand strong. The spirits of nature itself are at our sides. What can this spider do to us that it hasn't already done?" And you hear sort of like murmurs and arguments for each side here as you and Captain Illiveray sort of make your way through the crowd. Anyone else who wants to be there at this point with the group, with like Zoria and Ray, can totally be there, right? As
Odo would like to know what's going on.
yeah, absolutely. You're already sort of like sitting at a table nearby, having a drink, listening to this. You see as kind of Captain Ray makes her way over to the Sky Spear. Some of the warriors nearby immediately stand at attention as you see the Sky Spear sitting there currently with a lot of like bandages and all kinds of like healing poultices that have been applied to her and such. She took a pretty nasty, like a poisoned blade to the hip, to the side, and is currently sort of like dealing. She looks to Illiveray first, and then to Zoria. Once again, Sky Spear, this shaman lady. And you see the crowd sort of quieted down a little bit, listening to what's going on, as Zoria, she sort of looks to you and says, my child, have you had your memory or your spirits reignited last night? Quite a battle that was,
I mean, I just killed them. That's what I do.
Yes.
Don't remember anything yet. If there even is anything to remember.
When you say that, I don't know if Zoria catches it, but the rest of the party members who are here, you see Ruka, who's standing like on the other side of the Sky Spear, who looks a little sort of shut down by that. The Sky Spear looks over to Captain Ray. Captain Ray says, "Mighty leader of the Dolorav, I merely wish to express how sorry I am on the behalf of the dynasty that I represent for bringing the attention of these villains to your home. But I must say, be it dynasty, be it Dolorav, Koshtask, be it any who do not belong to their malicious inner circle, the children of malice would find you to be a target, a mark for them to strike down eventually.
Who's that Pokemon?
Me and my people have come to you many a time. We have come to you bearing the flags of the light that has saved us. You have rejected us every time. For that I do not fault you, but I ask of you for one last attempt to convince you. There is many enemies to the dynasty, and now there is many enemies to the Dolorav. Together, we could be much stronger. We could be united. The light of Luxon provides all. And the moment she starts talking about Luxon, you see some of the people in the room begin to sort of throw glances at each other and sort of roll their eyes and kind of shake their heads like, here we go again, right? Do you guys let her sort of keep talking here, or do you put a hand on her
Zoria
shoulder and step forward?
Puts a big hand on her shoulder.
Huh?
That's not who they are.
I understand, but
they don't care about your Luxon. It's not what they want. It's not what they value.
and you see her a look of little sort of I'm frustrated, but I understand. Sort of oh, okay, all right. And you see the Sky Spear sort of look up to Zoria and kind of sit up with some struggle, holding onto her side, her wound. And she says she is right. She might not remember much of her past, but that she remembers. We have never relied on any light, on any god, or any being of fire or ice or lightning. We have always only relied on the rain and the leaf and the beast that live amongst us in the wilds. Your Luxon has brought great trouble to my people. Before, we were able to ignore you. We were separate. But now, your enemies have come to my home and endangered my people. I am the Sky Spear. I am the wings that cover and enshroud my people from danger. I am the one they look to for wisdom and safety. I do not think it is wise for us to continue working with you or your dynasty. And Captain Ray goes but please, you have to hear me out. This was, and she goes to start explaining, and some of the bodyguards sort of step forward a little bit, and she sort of takes a half step back.
Ayla will
If
raise
I-
her hand. To be fair, the only reason why they personally didn't come here is because they were having the Kloshtas do their own dirty work because they were controlling them. So technically, they were already killing your people.
They sort of look over to you, and you see the Sky Spear sort of raise a curious, concerned eyebrow. Says, "What are you talking about?"
Araki? He was being controlled by the people that are in the cave. They have matron.
They sort of look amongst themselves. The skyscraper says, "Be that as it may, the Koshtask have been the enemies of the Dalarat for a very long time. Ever since we began to share this land, we've spilled blood amongst each other. Manipulated or not, that was a battle that we always fought. But these spider worshippers, sure, we encountered them briefly at times. They would rarely kill, but always kidnap and steal away with our people. But to attack us like this, I'm afraid of letting your people stay here if my people will suffer.
Your
You
people
see-
will suffer if you do nothing about it.
You see the crowd sort of looks amongst themselves, a little bit of a confused glances as they sort of look to one of their champions, Zoria here, speaking out as the Sky Spear looks up to you. You see Aruka nearby kind of glance at you and kind of narrow her eyes, sort of like, where are you going with this? As the Sky Spear kind of looks up and says, Zoria, one of ours, someone, well, someone I used to trust with my life. Now, you've lost that part of you that remembers. You speak now to me from a point of neutrality, not care for patriotism, her own people, or perhaps safeguarding those who you no longer remember. Tell me, child, what would you do in my place?
The same thing I would do anytime. If something came to take what was mine, to hunt me in a place that I called home, I would hunt it down and kill it, rather than hide from it in a place where I am supposed to be the master.
You
Oh.
see some of the nods in the room. Some of the warrior types begin to nod. Some of the sort of shamanistic spiritual types kind of like rubbing their chins, a little sort of skeptical, some half convinced.
I might not remember everything. I might not understand what all of this means. But I can see proud people when they stand before me. And I do not think you are the sort to cower in a place where you claim to be the ones who hold sway over it. These moorlands truly are your domain. Why would you run from someone out there who knows nothing about the place you call home?
Hell yes. Zoria, go ahead and give me. This is not necessarily an intimidation roll. This is a roll to basically be like how confident and imposing as a warrior or someone of their own people you seem to be in this moment as you give this speech. Here's the thing, however, you're going to have a -2 to your roll because of Captain Illiveray and her, because she started to talk about, the whole Luxon thing, and that was totally, absolutely a buzzkill for them here. Not something they're interested in at all, making it a little more difficult for you here to sort of side with her and these Dalaran at the same time.
So what
So
do
go
you
ahead
want?
and give me a intimidation roll. Once again, this is not actually, you're not intimidating anyone, it's just how imposing you are in this moment.
Do I get to apply my strength to this?
Yeah, as per the new rules, if you choose to go into a rage, you totally do.
It's not like a violent rage, but like you can tell like that like her like point of pride and everything's like welling up. Like it's like she's got a little bit of control here. So
Mhm.
I'll just make a strength check then. That's cool.
Are you proficient in intimidation, maybe?
I am proficient in intimidation, so it's
Yeah,
got
technically,
plus
it would
2.
be a strength-based intimidation, huh?
Okay. Let's see.
And because
so-
of your silent rage here, you do have advantage.
Oh, neat. So that would actually be an 18, 16 because Illivaray can't keep her mouth shut about her god.
Exactly. 16 is pretty good here. You see people sort of nodding along and listening, and some of them murmuring like, "We are not beasts to be hunted." Another woman says, "We've been here for so long, and now these others, these spiderlings, come to our home. Be it dynasty business or our business, it no longer matters. They've struck at us." You hear another person say, the orcs will be maddened by this as well. Maybe this will be one of those rare times I've heard about where Koshtask and Dolarav fight together, like we did against the ogres and the cyclops in the decades before. And they begin to sort of nod along as well. As you see the Sky Spear sort of listening or looking to everyone, you glance across the crowd, Zoria. You see Ruka, this woman who is apparently your wife, looks to you, and you see a smile on her face and a look of sort of bit of pride when she looks at you like this. As the room goes silent, as you sort of turn to see why, and you see the Sky Spear standing up. She holds onto her wound. One of the guards goes to sort of help her stand up. She holds her hand like, no, I got this. As she stands up, she smiles. She says, in all the years you've been away from us, child, with all the things you might have forgotten, you have not forgotten your pride as a warrior. The pride that made you the person you were, you are, and you will be. And that pride of yours speaks truth. The Dolarav are the ones who will inherit Iothia. We are not to be hunted. We are hunters. And you see people begin to sort of like nod and kind of like, yeah, cheer a little bit. She says, people of Dolarav, I ask of you, when this dynasty comes to us, when their warriors come seeking to destroy these red spiders of the forest, should we stand with them? And you see the crowd sort of like, yes, yeah, sort of like cheering, like throwing their arms up and raising their weapons and such, as she says, should we lay low those who would take those we love from us? Should we show them the wrath of the storm, the tempest of the sky, and the rage of the swamps? And they sort of like, immediately begin to roar and cheer and sort of slam their arms and hands on the tables and such. And she sort of proclaims, let it be so then. When in the books of history they write how this vile place, this Doomeran, this small hovel of jealousy and emptiness, when they write how it fell, let there be a chapter that speaks of the great hunters and warriors and shamans of the Dolorav, and the people just sort of explode with cheers at this point and such. The Sky Spear looks to you here, Zoria, through the cheering crowd, and says, Zoria, the wayward of Dolorav, will you charge with us? Will you join us as you did before when the time comes to strike down our enemy? Will you be one of the Dolorav again?
Looks around for a moment.
Ayla's gonna give her a thumbs up.
Who's that Pokemon?
Yeah, she'll hold up the axe that's like flaming. I will stand with you, and I will be one of you.
Hell yes. As you sort of raise the axe above, the axe whoosh, engulfs in flame as everyone raises their weapons and their drinks and celebrates and cheers loudly as everyone sort of, yes! Death to the spiders! Burn down the red forest! As everyone's like cheering and getting sort of pumped for this event. As everyone's sort of roaring and cheering, Alondra, you're sort of standing at the door there, and you hear a bit of like commotion from outside of the village as you see a small envoy, small envoy of orcs has arrived, and sort of leading them currently, a few sort of cuts and injuries on him as well, is Gron, that big old orc that you guys sort of saved originally and helped to make war chief, the sort of who has destroyed Arakia. He sort of approaches, and you see some conversations begin to start. He sort of inquire what's sort of going on, and they report to you guys as well as Gron sort of shows up, and you guys have a moment to step away from the crowd. He sort of looks to you all and says, "You guys will not fucking believe me what happened last night, huh?"
I mean, we were all kind of dirty and all bloody, I think. So, God, we were attacked too.
You got attacked? Same. We were speaking amongst each other, planning on how to destroy our enemies. And then we sort of realized we're kind of running out of enemies. So, I was talking to some of the shamans and the warriors, the blood ragers of the Koshtask, about what I spoke with you, finding people who need monsters destroyed and slain to test ourselves. And then someone hit me in the back of the head. And then I realized there was an arrow sticking outside just past my he points, he's got a big wound right next to his eye. It almost went through his brain, right? He points at it and says, well, it went right through there. I am alive, however. Then
Good thing there's not much depth there.
Huh?
Alondra.
Who said that? I can't see out of my left eye ever since last night.
It's okay. You don't need it anyways. Go on.
Oh, it's you. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, no, I got hit in the head, and then I looked over, and then a bunch of knives and arrows hit me, and a bunch of my orcish warrior allies were struck. But we are orcs. We got back up and broke their little elven necks and chased them out. One of my allies said we should capture one for questioning, but I didn't know what that meant at the time, so I just pulled the spine out of the one that I caught.
I'm sorry, that's Jen
I love
laughing,
this
not
guy.
Ayla. That's Jen laughing, not Ayla, because Ayla wouldn't find that funny.
Anyway, after I twisted the heads of about 7 of them, and the rest of my orcish kin destroyed the rest of them, put them on spikes, and used the same spikes with now mounted dark elves on them to chase down the remainder of their assassins, then we realized that we had been ambushed, which is sort of a shitty way to fight if you don't know about what an ambush is. Anyway, I came over here because I had an inkling. One of my shaman advisors said that you guys might have been attacked as well, like the Dolorav, not like you guys. You guys are fucking badass. You guys would be fine, I figured. But the Dolorav, I didn't know what happened. So you got attacked as well, yes?
Yes, we
Did
did.
somebody die?
Not from. I mean, there were a lot of innocent people. I don't think did any of the innocent like Dollar people die.
Yeah, like a dozen or so.
A couple of the villagers died.
They fight bravely to the end. They bite down on their own tongue while the blade cut through their hearts.
I don't know, Gran. I didn't see that, and I don't
Oh.
want to.
No, that's a good thing. That's a thing of might and bravery, to spit in the face of the one who slays you.
I will remember that.
Yes, exactly. Good, Well, I just came here to see what has happened, and also I believed it was time for me and the leader of these Dolorav to speak, and maybe that elf woman that speaks about the funny light in however the Luke's the light. You know what I'm talking about?
The Luxon.
That one. That's the one I'm talking about. It seems we have a war on our hands, and I can't wait for things to get bloody.
And she'll lead him to where they are, I guess.
You walk him into the celebration hall as they're like, and we will destroy the. And everyone pauses, music stops, they all turn to look a bunch of orcs. And by instinct, everyone's like, oh shit, like they go to like grab their weapons, as everyone's like, wait, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that anymore, right? The Sky Spear walks on up to this guy, and to Gron, he sort of stares her down. Two of them stare each other down. The Sky Spear says, your people have slain many of mine. We have soiled the very ground with the blood of my kin and yours here in the moorlands. The orc, Gron, just stares back at her, says, the time of bloodshed between us is done. As long as I am chief. Chief, I was made by what I'm hearing is one of your own and her allies. There will be no blood shed amongst us. Unless it's like personal, and then like they have to settle that in some. I don't know how that works. And she just squints at him and says, right, okay. In either case, will you have a drink with me, orc? Gron looks back and says, very well. Human, elf, I don't. He looks at you guys like, what am I? What is this person? I just stares. Yes, I will. I'll have a drink. And he and some of the orcs walk in, and there's a bit of like an awkward tension in the air at first. But as some of the hours go by, they sit, and Captain Ray sort of sits with them, and they talk, and they sort of talk. And Zoria, you get a sense that your intimidation roll was very much so successful. You guys realize the Dolorav are more than willing to help using their shamanistic magic. Gron is probably an idiot. The more you're talking to him, you're realizing he's not a clever guy, but he's a very strong guy, and he's got a lot of strong guys that respect him now, right? And you have this army coming from the dynasty. All together, you're hoping it's enough to destroy these children of malice. In the last 2 days you wait there before Varen is supposed to arrive, is there anything else you guys wanted to do?
Yeah.
Has Ayla talked to Odo?
Oh yes, I would talk to Odo after all of that. She'll pull him to a side. Like she'll look around to see if there's anyone else there.
No, you could easily find a private moment.
Oh, wait, I found one of those straggler drow running, and then right before Red ate him, which was horrific, by the way. He said something about a poisonous apple here in the town, and that someone is betrayed us. do you
Wait.
think it is, Odo?
Wait, what? What? An apple? Is it poison
It
apple?
was like a metaphor. No, it was a metaphor. Like we have a poison apple here. Someone is giving them information.
Oh, so we have what do you call it? What do they say? A rat?
A traitor?
Odo, you feel something slither up the side of your shoulder, and you see the three heads of the whip slither up, and you hear them say to you, "This traitor, we should find him, torture them, kill them."
Odo baps the head of each head of the whip. Get back where you belong.
Yes, and goes back into the quiver, into the little holster.
Have you told me else?
No, and it's not because I don't. Well, I don't trust Alondra, but you know why?
You don't trust Alondra?
No, she always wants to sacrifice people.
Her intents are questionable, yes, but I don't think she has any ill intent for the group or the mission. What we're doing here.
That we know of.
Fair, but who would
You know,
who would gain? Who would gain from siding with the Dolmaran?
Well, it could not even be. Maybe it could be the person inside Zoria's mind, her god. Could be using her. She can see what she can see. She gives her magic. She has to have some kind of connection to her.
But would they be interested in this war that's going on? Do we know anything about that voice?
Yes, the matron is the one who gave Araki the magic. She's also the one who's trying to help the Shadow Fae person.
We can't really, blindfold Zoria. I
No,
don't think she'd
but
like it, but
I'm not blindfolding her. I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
hell
it's possible that she could be using her.
how can we turn that to our advantage?
I mean, there's I don't know, way to block that god from her, because I think that's how she is alive.
I don't.
Maybe we can not have Zoria in the room when we talk about things that we shouldn't talk about.
She's gonna want to know. But perhaps we could do. I don't know. Some kind. Let me think on this. Misinformation might be good here, if we can pull it off.
I also don't want that god hurting her because she's not giving her what she needs from getting information.
But it also could be somebody else.
It could be.
We should keep an eye out for anything weird. All right. Well,
Hearing that, Ayla's gonna be highly suspicious of everybody now.
Yep.
She's gonna start writing notes. She's gonna start writing notes down while she watches people.
Yeah, later that day, a random young man who just lives here brings you food. Here you go, miss. This is food. I made it myself. Hope you enjoy it. And he just leaves this nice looking bowl of food in front of you. And once again, a little paranoid. You're staring at it for a little too long.
But she doesn't want to be disrespectful because
Yeah,
she doesn't want to. So she's like, I don't want to be disrespectful, but this could be poison. It could be poison. She'll be like, Alonso, would you like to try this delicious soup someone made me?
Wow. I'm pretty sure that falls into evil.
You'd like to share this with me, Alondra?
I mean, is this a trick? Is this? I mean, how's it taste? Does it taste okay? These people, they have questionable taste in food. It's nothing like the Feywild,
She will reluctantly grab the spoon first and drink. Tastes good.
It does taste good.
Oh, it does? Let me try a spoonful. I'll take a spoonful and try.
Yeah, you guys just have this food. It doesn't seem to be poison or anything. It's just food. Yeah.
Well,
Good.
thank you.
Alon's a little odd, but okay. Nice. She shared her food with you. You're gaining her trust, you think?
Yeah, thank you, Ayla. This is quite nice of you. We should do this more often. It's nice to have a girl on girl talk.
Yes, very nice. So she's gonna write
You
in her
know,
book. Go ahead.
we never get a chance. We should talk about the Moonweaver sometimes. Something we share.
You actually follow the Moonweaver, or you were just playing?
We've talked about this before. Do I mean that little to you that you forget our conversations?
No, I know, but you follow lots of gods. You like lots of different
I
ones.
do not follow different gods. I follow one god.
All right. I have a tattoo on my back of the moon.
Oh yes, that'd be cool. I'd love to see it someday.
Who's
Is it
rolling?
like a crescent moon or a full moon or?
It is the waxing and the waning of the moon going down my spine.
So it's like
Awesome.
multiple moons.
Yeah. Like
Yes,
phases.
my sister insisted that she wanted a tattoo and she wanted me to get the same one.
Oh, that's sweet. I don't want to talk to my brother. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
After their conversation with Ayla, can Oda send Kaida out just to look for anything kind of odd about people? People. acting
Yeah,
weird?
you can. Kaida can just sort of like listen in. Give me a perception roll for Kaida. 4 or 18. Does Kaida have advantage? I know she has keen senses of some
Keen
sort, but I
senses
don't know.
has advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on sight, hearing, and smell.
Hearing, yeah, all of them. Okay, all of them. 18. Flying on about, it doesn't. Your familiar does not notice anything odd or suspicious about anything in particular. No one seems to be like acting in any sort of suspicious way that would give you a cause for attention.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Okay. You guys spend the rest of the day just sort of going about doing your thing here. Yeah.
At some point, I want to see if I can't scrounge up some stuff to make another piece of jewelry. And I want to turn that glowing celestial shard into a necklace.
You mean the one you gave me?
Yes, that I'm going to ask for back awkwardly.
Okay.
And so, like,
Yeah,
Zoya
yeah.
just kind of like walks in and be like, hey, you know that shard that I gave you? Can I get it
You
back?
mean my new favorite thing that I love it more than anything in the world?
Well, if you want to keep it, I'll take the
I'm
lens back.
kidding. I'm kidding. Here you go.
You sure I can't have the lens? That would be better for what I
No,
want to do.
no, I need it to be able to see things from people not trying to kill us.
People are trying to kill. Oh wait, yeah, never mind. And then she will take
Bring a
the
little crystal back, make it into a.
yeah.
Yeah,
She's
absolutely.
gonna show her little art that she drew of the jewelry logo she's trying to make her for the jewelry shop, but then
Uh-huh.
she told her, but I drew this for you, but then you left for your jewelry thing. But I wanted to tell you that couple in the jewelry store, one of them died, so I don't know if they still have it anymore. The store.
Oh,
It's very sad. It's a big fire.
I mean, it is.
But if it's still there, we can, try to do your jewelry business.
I have to get some more tools. Some of mine are gone. I don't have all of them.
Okay.
Thank you. Kind of goes off to the side.
Awkwardly walk out. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a jeweler's tools roll here, using your wisdom or dexterity, I suppose, to conjure up a beautiful necklace, an amulet of sorts.
That'd be a 15.
15
Oh.
is very nice. You conjure up whatever extra design you want to add, whatever additional crystals or metals or gems you wanted to sort of put on it. And
Hey,
because
thank
of
you,
your
Realm.
fine
Welcome in, welcome in.
craftsmanship and the innate
Thanks for
sort
the
of
raid.
magic of this
Appreciate it.
crystal,
We're
it
just doing some
counts
D&D
as a
to, our
minor
Wildemount campaign.
magical item.
Welcome in, welcome in.
You are able to tap with your skill in crafting.
Appreciate the raid.
You're able to tap into a little bit of that innate sort of magic it has. It's a common magical item that does not require attunement, and once per
How was your
day,
stream?
it can restore a single hit point
Hey, thanks for the follow,
to
Psycho.
any creature you sort of press the amulet against.
That's really handy. That's really handy. She's going to like once it's like all done, she's kind of looking at it. She's gonna go find Ruka.
Okay, you find her sort of in the same area, sort of the Sky Spear is at, the giant meeting hall in the city. She currently seems to be talking to one. There's a group of these like young women, these like warrior women, and she's sort of talking to them about some sort of like shamanistic practices. You're learning a little bit here. Ruka seems to be a sort of like an earth magic user. She does a lot of like boulder magic, stone magic, that type of stuff. And she's talking and drawing some sort of markings, some druidic writings and markings on the floor and explaining it to some of these young shaman women.
Let's see. He's gonna walk in. See this. Gonna stay a little quiet. She watches and listens. But she will eventually approach, and as she does, she's gonna kind of like takes like the string that she's like built this pendant on, and she's gonna try and very quietly just like drape it around Ruka's neck and like fasten it.
Oh my god. Okay, awesome. You approach and very slowly, and I think she gets surprised at first for a little bit, but then almost instinctively, sort of realizing that it's you, even though there's these like complications now, she just sort of lets it happen by like reflex, by instinct, and as you sort of latch it behind her neck, we see. So what does it look like in its final product state here? Right, it used to be this like glowing kind of little smaller than your palm size, kind of white, crystalline, sort of radiant jewel. How did you sort of modify it?
So she took it and like left it kind of like largely in like the raw sort of like crystal point, and using like a braided like leather cord, like she like really like braided it out and put like some like little bone beads into it, but made like a very tightly wrapped like metal sort of facet for it that kind of like very intricately sort of like winds around the more rough end of it and creates the loop that the braided leather like necklace part itself goes through. And then as far as like a clasp goes, it's really just kind of like a band that like when you put it on you can like tension it down once it's like all kind of like joined together through the little slip holes on it, and so she kind of gets it set and like down, so it creates almost like this like really like very sort of like earthy looking kind of like choker with this like crystal point hanging on it that sits kind of like right on like the sternum bone.
Yeah. Awesome. She instinctively sort of reaches up and touches it, kind of holds it in her palm, and kind of turns to look at you. When you do this, a bunch of these other like women, these like teenage girls basically that she's like helping train in these like shamanistic abilities, they all look at this and they all kind of look at each other and like giggle to themselves a little bit and blush a little bit and kind of make some little comments amongst themselves, and Ruka just sort of ignores it, kind of turns to you holding it and says, this is for me.
It is. We are going to be leaving soon, and I know things aren't perfect. Um, they're kind of broken, very much so. But I thought maybe, I could give you something that would be that would serve as a way for you to remember me while I'm gone, and can protect you when I'm not here. That that seems like something I would do. It feels, I mean, sorry, I'm not really good at this. What I mean to say is it feels like I should.
She just sort of stares at you, stares you in the eyes, and nods kind of slowly and kind of looks you up and down and says, "Back when you and I were together all the time, you were just as bad at this." She sort of smiles. But this You've made something like this for me before. For the both of us. This one too. I'll cherish forever. She sort of holds it and says, "Feels warm."
I found it a while back. We found a glowing pond, and I went to the bottom of it, and I found this. It's special, somewhat. If you are hurt, like you were last night, if you hold it to you, it'll repair some of what happens. Not all of it, but enough that it might not be your last moment.
She kind of holds it, looks at it, looks back at you, and says, "Thank you, Zoria. I, back when it was just the two of us, back before all of this, I would have thanked you in a different way, but she just sort of chuckles to herself. You see that she looks at you like, I really want to kiss you right now, but she doesn't know if, like, where you're at right now, doesn't want to, doesn't want to push anything, but she, like, you see the look, right? She gives you the look. Do you step back and sort of like, okay, that's it, I'm going to go away now, or do you do anything with that?
She hesitates, but she will eventually sort of like does that thing where like her hand kind of like comes up and like cups like the underside of like Ruka's forearm, and like gives her the look of like, that it's fine.
Okay, yeah. She leans in and gives you a very sort of, at first, kind of slow, but very kind of gentle kiss, right? And there's this moment, this beautiful moment that two of you just sort of share as one of her hands is on this amulet, this pendant you've given her. The other is sort of like on your side. And Zoria, when you kiss this woman, this beautiful woman that you feel like you should remember more about, yet very little is coming through to you, there is an instance here of a face that manifests in your mind, of a memory of two young women. Someone that resembles this woman you're currently kissing, but younger. And from your point of view, arms that almost look like yours, but way less scarred and bruised as they are now. running together through what seems to be almost like a part of the swamps here, some overlook, a hill that looks down onto one of these settlements, and a memory rushes through your head where you finally place the face of this woman. You still don't remember everything, but you remember that moment where she holds onto your hand as you are rushing up the side of this sort of hill, as if you wanted to show her something. And the two of you sit as the nighttime sky above is slowly sort of lit ablaze by what looks to be a array of multitudes of these shooting stars. Two of these young girls just sort of stare at the sky above, sort of awestruck, as their fingers sort of intertwine, and they share a look and a smile and a beginning of sort of an intimate moment. You remember that moment all in your head, but as you do, there's a flash. Fred, you feel a twitch in the back of your head, like something pulled onto a string of an instrument a little too hard and the string broke. There's a feeling, that feeling of warmth that quickly fades, and instead is replaced by less so that tenderness and care, but more so attraction. Almost bound attraction to something else, to someone else. Like your mind races to a different person. Red. The color is red. Everything you see around you is red. But you look down, you can make out a silhouette of what your body should be. Fingers, arms, legs, your bare, naked self covered and painted in gore and blood. You stand somewhere knee-deep in this red, viscous liquid. Around you float numerous bodies of butchered individuals. And only thought in your mind is, they didn't love her as much as I did. They didn't love her as much as I know I do. She is the one I love. As a figure stands there, bathed in the red. Tall, beautiful, incredibly enthralling. She's your everything. But your mind crashes against the thought, like a tsunami, a tidal wave fighting against this dam, this barricade. Her mind is almost fractured in the moment here. This woman you're currently kissing, and this other one that means everything to you, or should mean everything to you. It does. But this other one, and this other one, and this one, this other one, your mind is almost shattered in a second before you recompose yourself, and by instinct you pull away from the kiss. You don't know if you willed to do it, or you don't know if you decided to do it of your own, or some other hand that as if pulled against the back of your head and pulled you away from this kiss. The moment ends. Ruka looks to you, and she smiles a bit, but she doesn't at first notice your expression. She says, sorry, a bit out of practice. I hope it wasn't too much. When she looks to Zoria, what is the expression on her face?
Like she seems lost, like she could both remember it but also not at the same time. Like she had did, like when a kid does something that they know is okay, but they still feel like they did something exceptionally wrong at the same time. Like it's just that weird like
Feel that acheness in your chest. Huh?
yeah, like I know it's okay. I know I'm an adult, but mom's gonna be mad, sort of like
Uh-huh.
like uh um no, you're fine. I should um I should go. And she very quickly like turns and
Yeah.
like actually like runs out.
Yeah, Ruka sort of looks at you and says, I'm so, and then you just sort of run out before she even has a chance to finish, right? As you just sort of run on out. Okay, Zoria, there's a feeling within your chest. All this time you felt cold and empty, unless there was that moment where you noticed another of these sworn, like you are, huh? Then that feeling of anger sets in, the need to destroy them. That was the only thing that ever made you feel, well, alive. Now, there's a strange little nugget within your chest that feels burning hot. It feels warm. It feels, well, it felt good. It felt good to have this person care for you, love you like that. So, or at least you think so, but it didn't felt real. It didn't feel real. It shouldn't feel real because it's not real. There's only one, and you know her. You remember her. She's the lady in red. She loves you, and you love her. But this other and I think you absentmindedly sort of run out of the village and maybe like a mile and a half out of the sort of like the area of the village, and you just sort of find yourself up on a hill that seems all too familiar from that recent vision you had. Well, it looks much different, sure, and you just sort of find yourself tired, sitting down on a tree stump and kind of looking across the swamp there. You don't need to breathe, but you feel like you're hyperventilating, like you're having a panic attack. Do
I'm
we
gonna
Yeah, I
have
was
my
gonna.
panic attack.
Yeah. I was gonna say, do we leave the scene there and just sort of pull away and leave her to her panic attack, or is there anything else that she does in that moment?
Um, like there's like the hyper uh venting like it starts
Mhm.
like happen like the panic attacks like coming on, and is like she's like trying to like make heads or tails of it, like the moment like she like reaches up and like grabs like her like the side of her head, and she lets out this like immensely frustrated, angered, like just scream into the swamp,
Hmm. See a
you
bunch of
know,
birds flying away immediately. Animals flee.
trying to trying to cope with it in an absolutely healthy manner.
Yeah. You cope as best as you can. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Um, back at the village. Ayla, Odo, and Alondra, if any of you guys are available, Ray asks for your guys' help. She's still clearing out an area for all of these soldiers that are coming in to stay at. Ayla, you sort of, I believe, helped previously
Yeah, I will still help.
find a location. Yeah, and currently she's just sort of having some of these people who want to help from the Dolarav and the Koshtas that are currently here, like clear out the area, chop up some of the trees, move them out of the space, like make sure the area is actually stable for this forward camp, like this battle camp, this war camp of the Kryn army to
Yeah,
be.
she'll help and she'll look for a good spot where she wants to put that thing that I talked to you about. So she wants to
Yes,
help
yes,
clear out
yes.
and then make that spot there.
Mhm. Excellent. Um, uh, that day too will go by slowly, and as the sort of late afternoon, sort of beginning of the evening, type of like 4, almost 5 p.m. is starting to roll around, you guys hear a distant sound. You glance on over, and you hear sort of rhythmic pounding almost sound, although very muffled in the distance, through the sloshing of the mud of the swampland. Here, you guys glance ahead and spot what looks to be a large contingent of armored warriors, drow, dark elven men and women, dressed in those sort of chitinous insectoid style armors of the Kryn dynasty, as it seems at the front, leading them is the task hand, Varen Thalis. You see him striding upon what looks to be a sort of regal, royally armored moorbounder. With his sort of massive glaive strapped onto the side of it as he sort of jumps off the mount and begins to approach, as we see the handsome captain, Varen Thalis. He stands there amongst the warriors and soldiers, and you can tell amongst everyone here, the soldiers that look to him immediately display a sense of sort of respect and honor. As he approaches and he kind of glances about the space here, you see Captain Ray, Gron, and the Sky Spear approaching him. And as they all sort of go to meet up, supposedly you guys accompany them if you wish to. But before any meeting is to be done, we're going to take a little 5-minute break here and continue right after. All right. Incredible RP, guys. I'm super excited to see how this ends up. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go get myself a coffee.
Pokemon!
the moorlands. We see Varen Thalis of Den Thalis, the second most powerful Den / noble family in all of the dynasty, walk on up and begin to sort of have a conversation. You see Captain Olios walk up to him, and she gives a sort of salute. Once again, he is sort of her superior. She gives a salute, and he sort of smiles and puts his hand on her shoulder, says, "Come now. I've known you since we were both children. No need for that. I see you've done an incredible job. Your mother and the rest of your den are sure to be proud." And she sort of smiles and nods, says, "Thank you, Task Hand. I appreciate your kindness." And he just sort of chuckles and shakes his head. And he turns to look. He says to the Sky Spear and to Gron, says, "My name is Varen Thalis. I'm the Task Hand of the Kryn Dynasty. It is an honor to meet you both. I understand you've already spoken and worked with the ambassadors we sent here. I hope there's not been too much misunderstandings and difficulties." So looks amongst them. The Sky Spear says, "No, they've been most helpful. I am the Sky Spear of the Dalrav. My pleasure." Gron says, "There was a little bit of misunderstanding. We were killing stuff together, but it worked out in the end. I'm Gron. I'm new in charge of the Kosh task, by the way." He's like, "Yes, I understand. Yes, I got that. It is an honor to meet you both, and a pleasure." He looks past them to this like sort of cleared out area as he gestures, calls out some orders to some of the captains there and the sergeants, and they begin to prepare tents and open up space. You see as he approaches and says, "The task ahead of us is not an easy one. An enemy knows of our arrival. They will be prepared. Their defenses will be brutal and unforgiving. Their tricks will be treacherous and vile, but we will push through still. I understand that the ambassadors we've sent have worked out a plan with you, although I must tell you now, me and my soldiers plan to go into the depths of hell itself to destroy this evil and once for all remove it from our continent. You need not follow us to this hell. You have done more than enough already." The Sky Spear says, "I disagree, Task Hand. My people have suffered at the hand of these Lolth followers. We wish to aid you in any way we can, although our numbers do not quite match yours." Gron says, "Fuck yeah, me too." Varen just sort of nods. "Very well. I bring with me 7,000 strong and abled soldiers and warriors. We do not know the numbers of those that live in the Dark Fortress, but I have a plan of attack already. I'd love to discuss it with you, if you have some time later tonight or tomorrow." And they both sort of nod. They have a brief conversation, and Gron sort of the Sky Spear walks up and gives like a honoring sort of like Beastmaster handshake, sort of like elbow to elbow type of thing, right? And Baron just sort of like, nods his head and kind of shakes the arm and stuff. Gron gives him a fist bump, says, "Well, fuck some shit up. I'm excited for this," and just sort of walks off. Baron just sort of confused stands there and kind of nods a little like, yes, we will, friend warrior." He sort of walks off. Captain Ray looks at him and says, It's interesting. It's interesting." And he just sort of smiles, says, right. And then he looks to you guys, the party there. He walks up, gets on one knee, and kneels, lowers his head to you all, says, "Thank you On behalf of the bright queen of all of the Kryn dynasty, I profusely thank you for your hard work. You have enabled one of the greatest events in the history of all of Xhorhas to take place here. The downfall of Dumoran. It is happening because you all, brave few, decided to help us. You've done more than we've even asked for. If you wish to stand by and enjoy the view, please, I welcome. If not, if you wish to join me on the front lines, well, it'll be dangerous. It'll be very dangerous. But I have not lived to survive a single failed battle, a single loss, and I do not intend to begin now. Stands up. So, what do you say? Are you coming all the way, or are you happy to take your gold and your palace within the gardens of Rosona? And I'll see you after all of this done.
I think you remember our group is we were at least I was interested in helping you. I won't talk for the group here, and part of that deal was we could get whatever magic items or things that we desired during the sack of.
Certainly, I remember. Our deal was the coin as well as your right to look and take any artifacts you wish for, as long as they are not Luxon beacons or something prevailing to the Luxon.
Of course, yes, I wouldn't want to get in the
Now,
way of
our
your
deal
religion.
was for you all to bring us to the gates of Dumoran, to open its gates for us, which, by enabling us to come here, is what you have done. You need not to do any more if you do not wish. You could wait for the dust to settle, and then look for your artifacts, if you so choose.
I already told them that I'm fighting with them. She gestures to the Dolarov side of everything.
He looks to you and says, I remember you. You're the one that stole my mount's armor. Borrowed? Which one are we going with?
She gave it back, remember?
Right. No, actually, did you? I don't
She
remember.
did. She realized that it was his and she gave
Oh,
it
that's
back.
right. That's
Yeah.
right. Yes.
Like
yes,
awkwardly, like walk up, like, yeah, I stole your armor. I'm sorry.
Yes. That's right. That's right. Oh well. At this point, you hear a shriek all of a sudden, and a red sort of wyvern lands from the sky and so almost like pushes him to the ground before you see Varen's form turn ghostly and sort of see-through, and he appears about 15 feet behind the red wyvern, as if duplicating himself for a moment with that strange echo magic. As Red lands there and spins around and begins to sort of push his snout into Varen's chest, he just sort of like gives him a scratch behind the back of the neck and such, says, and it's good to see you too, Red. Kind of looks over to Ayla and says, I see he has found quite a liking for you in the meanwhile. Has there been any close calls? He can be quite rowdy at times.
Not really. I mean, one time I asked him to leave me somewhere and he didn't want to leave, but it's because we were a bit of danger. But he did listen anyway.
Good work, Red. I wouldn't think that he would even think of leaving someone he's taken a liking to in a dangerous situation. Good boy. And he sort of gives him a scratch. And the dragon, like he was a puppy, just sort of rolls over on its back. And he sort of gives him a scratches on his stomach. As Red sort of takes up to the air again. He says, well, good work. Excellent work. All of this could not have been easy. Have you faced any particular difficulties out here? I understand from the report that was sent to me by Ray, by Captain Olios, that there was some difficult fighting, that you faced some sort of a witch, as well as you had to fight a magically enhanced orc warlord?
Yeah, there's a couple of things here, but the
No match
hag,
for you, yes?
the hag is part of a trio, and the one of them is the one that was enhancing Araki, which is the ones that are in the helping the children of malice in there.
I see. I wonder why these witches, these crones, wish to ally themselves with the children of malice, but if that is where their allegiances lie, then they too will be hunted and slain. Very well. Are you all prepared for what's to come? I know it sounds a bit dramatic, but let me be clear with you all. In the following weeks, if we're lucky, we'll be laying siege to an impenetrable fortress, guarded by every horrible monstrosity your mind can possibly muster up. What awaits for us will be trying, and it will show you the true extent of your will and constitution. I've been to war before. War is hell. Many of these soldiers you see here today with us will die. Many of us, all of us, could die. If you are to come with me to this conquest, to which I happily invite you to, I urge you, I beg of you, be cautious rather than brave. Be patient rather than heroic. Nobody writes a tale about another skeleton lining the battlefield. And he gives you this sort of intense, and you can kind of see at that moment, like all the soldiers nearby that are listening, even Captain Olios, even Ray here, she immediately like stands at attention, and everyone sort of clocks in on this and sort of locks in and is just sort of intently listening as you see that Varian has this force of, sure, charisma, but sort of command and authority over the people that he speaks to. As there is a look on his face of someone who has lived through a war, someone who has survived battles and has the scars and memories to both prove and regret it by. Everyone sort of looks at attention nearby, these captains and warriors and sergeants just sort of nodding along. He looks to all of you. He says, we've learned some information about what it is that might be going down in the upcoming days or even weeks. Something they call the Grand Arrival. Our information is very lackluster and limited, but it seems to be some sort of a ritual.
We interrogated one that ambushed us, and they spilled the beans once I seduced him. That
Oh,
that
right. Well,
he
any tactic is valid in war and love, I
that
suppose.
it is a champion of their god of Loth.
Champion.
I can't wait to challenge it.
Was there a champion, if you remembered, that Loth had?
Well, and you see him, something crosses his mind, and he chuckles to himself. Of course. You remember our fiendish information supplier, yes?
Yes, Pazuzu.
You happen to remember the deal he wanted to make with me?
Of course, yes, the demon thing that
person
you have to
hell.
slay.
Hmm.
He looks at you guys and sort of smiles and says, "What do you think the odds are? Our little information broker had the inside scoop and knew even ahead of time that the very same fiend he wishes me to slay could possibly be the subject of this arrival."
Oh,
Clever little fiend. Huh? Makes me think of how he possibly knew, but meh. With fiends and demons and Yugoloths, ambition fiends. Such thoughts are frivolous, impossible to figure out. If my hunch is correct, this grand arrival will have this Gore Thrush, the pit fiend, faced off against yours truly. I do hope to have your aid with that. I've only tackled with a pit fiend once before.
Sounds fun.
Trust me, friend, it's, the challenge of it seems fun. The actual fight against such a mighty, fiery beast, less so in my experience. Right, you wouldn't happen to have seen Pazuzu anywhere around, I don't suppose he's, gone quiet and stopped contacting you in the last few weeks.
I mean, I have a means of contacting him when we need to contact him. He hasn't contacted us.
That's quite alright. I think I'd rather hope and think not to face such a thing and confirm our suspicions, but I'm pretty sure we're all aware of what Pazuzu had planned all along. Well,
To be our
The
friend,
plan-
right?
no, to get us to do his dirty work, Alondra.
well, it works out in the end. The fiend kept to his word in a sense. Yes, of course, it does resolve his issue, but it got us to a point where we have a chance to destroy Doomeran. That's all we need.
I don't think we would have found it without him, so.
Exactly. He has his uses. He used us. We used him.
How the world works, yes.
Well, not in a perfect world, but yes. In either case, we'll be doing some scouting, investigating of the Red Forest, the Vermalock Wildwood. We'll have more information about where the gates of Numeran are now that we have found it. Once we locate it, I've brought many mages with me, many warriors, archers, and healers. The mages in particular I will need, and I was hoping he sort of looks over to Ayla and Alondra and says, the two of you, with great expertise over magic that you've shown success in all these missions you've been sent on, would aid us. The gates of the Dark Fortress are barred and guarded by incredibly powerful glyphs of warding and magic of protection and abjuration. My mages alone might not be enough. I was hoping to count on you when it comes to destroying its protections, dispelling
can do that,
its
yep.
weave.
That's something I can do.
Of course.
Very well. Excellent. After those gates are down, Abyss itself, the demon web pits will unleash upon us, and every single cretin and foul monstrosity under Lolth's command will come pouring out like a festering plague. I intend to stand there and cut clean through it, but my strength I'm not foolish enough to believe is alone enough. While I have many warriors at my side, I've heard tales of a duelist like no other, he looks to Odo, and a warrior that cannot be stopped or slain, he looks to Zoria. I hope to count on you once those hordes unleash upon us to stop them.
Well, you know what they say. Flattery will get you everywhere.
He looks over to Zoria to see if she has a response.
Yeah, I will stand with you.
Good to hear, friends. You'll have to forgive me. I didn't bring 50,000 gold that you are owed with me here into the swamp. I hope it's alright I pay you for all of your efforts once we return to the royal palace in Rasona to celebrate your victory.
Oh, the royal palace.
Let's
It's-
crush Doomeran first, and then we can talk about palaces and such things.
I like your tactical mind staying on task, friend. Let's indeed. I have been traveling all day. The swamp is very warm, unexpectedly enough, even with all the rain. I'm going to take an evening to myself, and in the morning, the scouts will have returned with any information we might not have already. I suggest you do the same, for at dawn, we plan. As he's going to begin to sort of turn to walk off.
Oh, I kind of prepared a tent for you already.
Oh, and he turns to look, and all of you see that amongst this area that was sort of worked out for where these soldiers are going to be staying, there is a single tent, beautifully prepared and made. Ayla, is there anything specific about this tent, or is it just the tent that you of yourself sort of put up?
Oh, it's specific when you get inside it, not from the
Uh-huh.
outside.
Yeah, he says, "Oh, thank you." He sort of follows with you, and he goes inside with you to sort of check out this spot you've prepared already for him. Does anyone else in the party follow, or do you just like give a knowing look to each other and let them walk off?
Let them walk off.
Yeah, let them walk
Mhm.
off. Just roll
Yeah.
my eyes.
I just like awkwardly stare as they leave, like, huh, that's weird.
As you guys, the rest of you are leaving, you just hear Gron in the background, like, "This is gonna be so fucking dope. I'm gonna kill so many people," as he's getting like hyped up about this. You yourself, Ayla, with Task and Varen Thalis, walk into this tent. What does the tent look like on the inside?
So I want to kind of like represent like what that wonderful cleric in Yggdrathod did, where she
Mhm.
showed me when she gave me the blessing of the Lux, and I wanted to reflect that. I wanted to be
Mm.
like light yellows and like whites and like the silhouettes of like the souls within the Luxin, kind of all around the tent, and then right in the center when you walk in, like that silver symbol that she saw on Ilvere's symbol and that she gave back to her. And on the top of it, it's gonna say like a little sign that says, "Let the Luxon light your way."
Awesome, huh? He walks in and sort of ducks his head a bit and kind of walks into the tent and looks up and around as the space sort of expands in front of him. And he sort of smiles and kind of nods to himself. He sees the symbol, he sees the writing, he sees the space there. He kind of puts his glaive off onto the side, kind of leans it up against one of the pillars and says, feels like home already, huh? Thank you. You didn't need to go through all this trouble.
Well, I had a wonderful experience with this amazing lady in Yggdrathon, and when she gave me the blessing of the Luxon, I remembered it filling me with warmth and like light, and I felt like a wave of hope and possibility. And I know where we're going is going to be very dark and dangerous. And I wanted you to have a place where, you can walk in or wake up and be filled with that same warmth.
I see.
It was a thank you for lending me red. I heard you don't lend them to many people.
No one before, actually. Well, that's a lie. Only my brother once, but he didn't really like my brother. seems to have liked you quite
He's
enough.
amazing. He's amazing.
He's he can be a little distracted with his hunger at times, which is odd because he eats for the 3 creatures his size, but maybe that's a good thing to have in a battle companion. No?
I had to hear him eat a drow person. It was terrible, but
Ooh. That's well, I'm sorry about that. But well, I do hope that in the future I'll have a chance to lend him to you again. If that's the case, you might just have to get used to him and his wilder side.
in my time with him, I realized that Red is very, ferocious and fearless. But he's very loyal and protective, um, which makes sense that you are his rider. You and him share the same qualities.
It's a duty, I suppose, but also an honor. A lot of people in the dynasty stand no chance against the oppressive land they were born into. The dirt, the ground itself is drenched with the demon blood, and it causes suffering on any here. Ever since I was young, I knew I wanted to do something about it. Well, unfortunately, I'm not like my brother. I'm no mage with greater scholarly solutions. I'm just a warrior, and all I can do is raise my blade and maybe take a blow instead of someone else.
We all have our part. It's not always have to be the same.
That is true. You
I mean-
yourself, your part has been most instrumental. Your friends, of course, as well, but, well, he's sort of still been looking at the sort of space you've created here, and I think he turns and he sort of approaches you, and he says, Ayla, I'm not usually the type to mince words. I tend to be direct and upfront of what I think and how I feel. Yet, I find myself somewhat flustered around you. I've faced down creatures that defy understanding and meaning, monsters beyond the worlds that we've ever even heard of, and I've never even winced. I think what I'm trying to say is, I like you. I like you a lot. And there's a battle in our near future, many of them. Combat is a violent kind of art, one that might see you snuffed out from its pages, from its canvas at any point. I just didn't want to go into such dangers, into such battles, risking my life, knowing that I've never said what I said, to say what I think. If we are alive by the end of all of this, I hope it is appropriate of me to ask you on a date, a dinner perhaps, or whatever you would enjoy. It doesn't matter to me, in the capital of Rasona.
Ayla's gonna get completely red. She's going to look at him. I would love to go on a date. And she's gonna give him a hug.
Yeah, he looks a little surprised at first, but then yeah, he gives you a big hug. Yeah? And there, as you sort of pull away, as you're sort of holding him there, he looks at you. There's this look. I don't know. Has Ayla actually had relationships before? Right? Has she had a boyfriend or a girlfriend or anything like that before? Because there is a moment again here where he sort of looks at you of I want to kiss you, right? But I don't know if she responds in any way or anything, or just sort of okay, see you on the date after the war is done, and runs out of the room, or how does she react?
She kind of was dating somebody, but he was never really open about them dating. So that's the only kind of experience she's had. So he never wanted to physically go out on a date with her before, in public. So the fact that he's saying to her he wants to go on a date, she's really excited about that.
Yeah.
So she looks like she would be really happy, and not in a reserved oh don't kiss me kind of way, but just she's really excited and doesn't know else how to she's just really happy, not in a oh I'm gonna leave kind of way. She's just giving him a really hug, around his neck hug.
I think he sort of, as you sort of pull away slightly from the hug, he places a hand on the side of your cheek and pulls you in for a kiss. And there's this sort of long, passionate kiss as he sort of pulls back and says, "Very well. I'm excited to have a proper date. I hope you'll excuse me. In all honesty, I've not had time for romance. Doing..." She sort of gestures at the camp around him and outside, says, "This kind of work, this kind of duty."
To be honest, I've never really been on a date before.
Oh, well, I assure you, the Royal Palace makes for an excellent view.
I'll be happy anyway on a date. It doesn't have to be a palace.
Very well. We we have much to think about and much to plan. And you see him again, once again, calm and stalwart and super powerful warrior, gets a little flustered around you, right? So I will leave you to your trance, as I must return to mine. As much as I would give anything to spend the evening with you, to talk with you, and learn everything of you, there is a task that I am bound to fulfill, that I must dedicate all my focus to.
I know. You get some sleep, okay?
Very well. As you guys spend another maybe few moments, another kiss perhaps, before Ayla, you sort of... As she leaves the tent, right, it's absolutely Alondra standing right outside the tent, nearby looking at, right? What is Ayla's reaction as she, steps out of the tent? What does Alondra see?
She'll close, the tent, and then she kind of, and she just, kind of softly screams, and then starts walking.
Yeah. Alondra, you turn Ayla, and Alondra's right there in front, 10 feet in front of you.
What are
just
you
chilling
doing
there.
here?
I don't think I've ever seen a red elf before.
Well, she'll go, fine, I'll tell you whatever happened. Come on. And she's like, you need to help me get dressed for a date.
You look around at the swamp around you.
Not here.
No, I know. Perfect. As the two of you sort of run on off, Zoria and Odo, you guys catch up later. I don't know if you spot that, Ayla might be blushing quite a bit at the moment. But a lovely little moment there. As you guys get some rest for the evening. The following day begins to roll around. But that tender moment we had the previous evening begins to slowly melt away to a more tense situation. You hear movement of armor gathering of weapons, as everyone is preparing for they know comes next. War, battle, bloodshed, battlefield, death. A command post tent is set up, this large space that is sort of like a war room, where all of these like leaders and their advisors gather. Gron and his like few shamans are there. We have the Sky Spear, who has like the two other shamans and Aruka with her there, and then we have Varian and some of his sort of like captains there, as including Captain Olios, aka Ray, and then you guys, of course. As they gather, you see the situation is tense. Everyone is sort of talking tactics of what should be done and such. And then Varen sort of steps forward, says, my honored fellow warriors, we received reports from our scouts. It seems that our ascent up the mountainside will be a little more difficult than predicted. Our frontiersmen have noticed a few concerning locations that will need to be taken out first before we are able to siege Doomeran. We face heavy resistance at two locations that are set into the side of the mountain. First of all, a vast enchanted magical gate that will need to be dispelled and destroyed before we are to push in. After which, once we are in the mountain, there are two fortresses that need to be destroyed. Ironically enough, these two locations are known as Fort Dementus and Fort Despair. You see everyone sort of has this like grim look on their faces. Gron goes, huh? Oh, you're serious? As the rest of them just sort of kind of glance in his direction. He says, I'm afraid so. Of the two forts that we will have to fight through, Fort Dementus is the most populated. Fort Despair is the one located before the actual entrance to the city in that part of the Underdark. Once we've pushed through the two forts, only the city itself remains. However, our enemy will funnel all of their forces into these two fortresses. Once the fortresses have been brought low and their defenders destroyed, only then can we attempt to destroy the city itself. At this moment, we do not know concrete numbers of our enemies. However, the vast amount of diverse spellcasting and fighting styles that we have on our side should more than make up that difference. I have brought, by the order and decree, in the name of the Bright Queen, 7,000 warriors with me, including mages, priests, and otherwise. He looks over to the Sky Spear and says, Sky Spear, how many of yours are willing to put their lives at risk to destroy this enemy? She says, Task hand. Many, if not all, of my people are willing to fight, but I know better than to let them all fight. Our warriors are not as armored as yours, and not as strong and as fast as the Koshtask, but our shamans, our druids, and our earth speakers are bar none. They will support you with any healing, enchanting, or difficult magic for your enemies. We have about 1,000 strong shamans. Baron nods, says, such large numbers, excellent. Your aid is more than appreciated. She nods, he nods. He looks to Gron, says, Warrior Gran, War Chief of the Kosh task. How many of your warriors have come to fight? Gran looks back, says, all of them. We have just over 3,000 orcish killers, and I'm talking brutalizers. These guys will pull your spine out and beat you with it. One of the guys pulled a jaw off this drow that we captured and just started back. He says, that's all right. That's all right. So 3,000. He's like, yeah, more or less. He says, okay, excellent. That is a vast number. Orcs, especially the Kosh task, the dynasty was never able to subdue or defeat. I look forward to seeing it in person, exactly the reason why. And he sort of like nods and chuckles, like, oh yeah, you'll see. As everyone sort of nods along, like, very well. Tomorrow morning, our troops together shall march out into the Red Forest, the Wormalock. While there, we'll probably be facing some kinds of spider creatures and monstrosities using poisonous tactics, hit and run. That said, I will need to rely on you. And he looks to the party. He says, there are a few issues that, well, as best as we can plan, there's only so much planning that can be done to prevent our enemies' interactions. I wish, if you're interested, to delegate some of you positions of power over smaller units of soldiers and warriors or shamans that will deal with specific issues. Would you be open to that?
Yeah.
Of course.
Very well. First issue, like I said, our enemies will use hit and run tactics, using all kinds of spider creatures as mounts to move them quickly throughout the forest before we even reach the citadel. These need to be dealt with quickly and swiftly. For this, I would either suggest someone with great agility or speed, or a destructive powers with large areas of impact to deal with quickly. Which one of you thinks they could fulfill this task force leadership?
I mean, that sounds like Alondra and Zarya.
Yes. I mean,
If you both wish to work on this, that would be perfect, because we only have 2 topics of discussion to go through. So if you could split 2 and 2 amongst yourselves, that would be ideal.
how
What the
long is
second
this
topic?
siege gonna last? Are we trying to take this in a day or like multiple
No,
days?
no, not quite. It'll take us at least a day to make it to the gates, at which point, and I assume we'll be fighting resistance and these hit-and-run tactics as we travel through the Red Forest. Once we make it to the gate, presumably after a day, and dispel it and bring it down, it'll take us, hopefully, no more than a week, maybe a few days more or less, to finish the siege, to bring down the entire city.
Okay. I just want to know how much magic, because we only get so much in a day, So
Right. I understand. Very well. If you feel the need to go all out, to exert yourself, show them devastation, show them no mercy, for I swear it to you by the Luxon and every god you believe in, be it Grumsh, be it the forest spirit, whatever god you find near and dear, they
The
will
Moonweaver.
not show you mercy.
yes.
Very well. So, Alondra, I believe I can count on you to intercept these fast-moving enemies. Is there anyone else that would like to? Like I said, there's only 2 tasks that need to be looked into.
What is
This
the
is first.
second one?
The second one, our enemy employs a more forceful kind of minions. Do you all know what a Fomorian is? You guys can totally give me a history roll. Alondra, you can have advantage, and I'll explain why later.
So much for
Mm.
advantage.
16 is pretty decent, pretty damn good. Ayla with the 17, okay. Zoria, do you want to try, or hey, let's go? Zoria, you know what a Fomorian is. In fact, you've probably fought one before, or, narrowly escaped one. Odo, you've not heard of such monster. However, the rest of you, Alondra, Ayla, and Zoria, have heard of Fomorians. Fomorians are cursed Underdark giants. They are cruel, sort of deranged and physically kind of morphed and mutated kind of a Underdark giant. The reason, Alondra, you have advantage is you know that Fomorians originally come from the Feywild. They used to exist in the Feywild, and however, because of some great deed, some pettiness or some evilness they did, the queen, Titania of the Summer Court, cursed them. And forever change them to be these vile, mutated things that they were on the inside. Now, it just looked like it outside as well. Later on, they fled from the Feywild to the dark reaches of the Underdark on the Prime Material realm. So they're cursed Fey giants.
The cursed Fey giants, of course, you know.
Indeed. Our enemy seems to employ some sort of strange magic or perhaps creatures that latch onto the heads and minds of these giants. We need these giants quickly freed of their domination. Be it magically dispelled, or someone who can, well, leap, climb, jump, climb on top of a giant and remove these spider creatures latched onto the back of their heads. Well, we don't know if the giants will be friendly after that, but they'll be dazed. That's for certain. We need someone to deal with these very powerful, very dangerous giants and remove their domination from them. These spiders that are latched onto them.
Are we in a
Those are
building?
the two paths. Yeah, you guys are in like a command tent, like a war tent.
Oh, pretty short tent.
I mean, if they're as strong as you say they are, I'm probably one of the better ones to go against them.
I
You
can
are
get those things
strong.
off their head.
Two of you might be a good deal for this, good heads for this kind of a task. Now keep in mind, these giants are strong. If you wish to slay them, if you have the power to do so, please be my guest. These are not known to be kind creatures. But my scouts believe they are not of their own sound mind. They believe that whatever these spider creatures that they have attached to them control them. If you are able to remove these controlling spiders, excellent. If you're able to slay them, even better. Which means Alondra and Ayla, if you're interested in this task, would be dealing with the spider riders. These individuals, perhaps even driders that might come our way. Creatures that can move fast, that'll hit us before we can react. Ayla, if it is if you think it would be tactically viable, I would like you to keep care and control of Red for now, for this mission.
You sure?
I think, and he sort of smiles, but then sort of face straightens immediately as well. Again, he says, I think it would be tactically valuable to you.
I mean, you know it better than me, so if you want me to have them, sure.
Very well. It is done then. He looks amongst the group there, says, any questions? Anything you would like to add? Any advice you might have? Any note or a thought that crossed your mind? Please, speak it. I'm more than happy to listen.
How many antidote supplies did you bring?
How many what?
Antidote supplies did you bring with your party?
She smiles and says, we have multiple coffers full of them.
We're gonna need someone for the front lines.
Exactly.
I think we're all out.
You will be given multiple vials, each of you. We've brought a year's supply, really, of it. Professor Wacko and the rest of her co-workers have been working overtime to produce all of these. Any other questions? Sort of looks him out. Gron sort of speaks up, says,
Yeah. So once we're through the gates, my boys and girls, they're gonna want to get in there, get their hands bloody, break everything they see. You know, typical stuff. You're saying we shouldn't be doing that?
Baron Sononan says, yes, I'd advise you not. I cannot control you. I cannot tell you what to do. You are your own people. But I advise you don't make rash decisions. Our enemies will rely on traps and sneak attacks rather than meeting you in an open field of battle. Gron sort of grinds his teeth, says, cowards. Bummer. He looks to the rest of you. Skyspear says, my shamans will create posts and locations as we continue to move where healers will be located. Shall any of you fall into duress or pain, do remember to retreat. We will heal you back up.
What are the shamans' names that Skyspear is talking about?
These are the Dolarav people. The two tribes, right? You have the Dolarav,
No, I know.
the shop.
Oh. I was thinking about what Ayla said earlier.
Like class-wise, or?
No, what their names are.
Oh, well, there's like 1,000 of them. There's a lot of them.
Well, doesn't she have two? Doesn't the Skyspear have two of them beside her most times?
Oh yeah. She has two individuals next to her. You see a tall man next to her, and a half-elven woman. You've not talked to these guys before, but yeah, if you just sort of wanted to introduce yourself, the half-elven woman, her name is Benrilla, and the man, the tall human, his name is Elrond.
Monroe and Eldon. Yeah, so Odo's been thinking about like who would benefit from being a turncoat trader, whatever. The thing that Ada was talking about earlier, and he's not so sure about the Zoria god thing, but he thinks more like the shamans that might be near the Skyspear, that they may be more apt to be under the powers of whoever the hag people. So he wants to keep an eye on them.
Okay, yeah, got it. You can give me a little, well, no perception here. They're just sort of standing around, right? They're not really doing anything suspicious. You're sort of like every once in a while, like whispering over to the Skyspear, advising her or anything that might need to be said. Varen sort of looks amongst you all and says, all right, if there's no other questions, I believe that'll conclude this meeting. Rest, eat well, and prepare yourselves. Polish your weapons and armors. Tomorrow, the Battle of Dumaran begins. He looks to everyone, gives a nod. Everyone begins to sort of stand up from their tables and sort of walks on out. As you guys notice, the orcs are sort of giving out orders. Gron's giving out orders to his captains. His captains are giving orders to all of these sort of like warriors, orcish warriors. You see the Skyspear telling the shamans what's going to be happening. The news is spreading through. The Kryn Dynasty soldiers are being prepared. They begin to raise raise high the banners of the Kryn dynasty, the symbol of the Luxon on it, that dodecahedron with the infinity loop going through it, as everyone is preparing to begin their march soon. You hear people sort of gathered together around little like campfires and little crock pots. Some food is being cooked. Some songs are being sang and such. The songs of bravery, of facing villains, of destroying those who would harm you and your families. As everyone is sort of, preparing for this, what is obviously going to be a very difficult battle. And yeah, that last evening before you guys march out into combat, is there any final sort of like conversations or moments you guys wanted to have before hell unleashes?
Hmm. I think everybody's kind of like
Oh.
gathered around at like night, and they're kind of sitting, partying or whatever.
Yeah.
Zoya is gonna go find Ruka to at least like apologize like about the other night. Like, yeah, my bad.
Yeah, she sort of sees you, and she's currently once again talking to some like younger women who are like also shamans and healers here. And you see as she's sort of demonstrating a spell, she sort of slams her foot down, and this like 15-foot tall earth and stone spike comes out of the ground and sort of shoots up from the ground underneath a barrel that it sort of picks up and is now impaled on top of this like giant 15-foot spike. She thrusts her hands out almost like a boxer would twice quickly, and the stone further segments and flies off in a barrage of sharpened stones against the side of a massive tree trunk. As all of these sort of like young shamans around her sort of look in awe and amazement at her doing this, as she's sort of demonstrating this and kind of drawing some markings on the floor. She turns and sort of sees you there, and as you sort of approach and kind of apologize about it, she says, "No, it's all right. I can't imagine how complicated it is for you, all of this. Like I said, take all the time you need. I'll always be here for you. I'll wait as much as I need to."
No, I appreciate that. I felt bad because one thing to another, and then the whole what transpired. um,
Hmm.
I did want to say one thing before all of this happens and we run off into a war.
All right.
And like she kind of sits there and like struggles to like find the words, and then she looks to her.
I think as you're sort of struggling, she looks at you and sort of gives you a look and says, kind of, "You don't need to say anything you're not comfortable saying with yet, huh?"
No, it's shooting stars. I remember that.
The moment you say it, you see her. She was kind of looking at you kind of quizzically, and her eyes begin to sort of widen a little bit. And you see her lip just gonna quiver just a little bit. And you remember that.
I do. It was
This is incredible news. This is great news.
there's it's like I think we were young or something like that, and yeah, shooting stars, and then that's That's all I have.
She sort of smiles and looks back at you. Yeah, lip quivering just a little bit. She says, I remember it like it was yesterday. We're both young. It was it was one of our earliest memories. We didn't get along, you and I, at first. After the Sky Spear chose us, both of us wondered why the two of us were made a match. It was one of the first moments we had a squabble, a fight of sorts, and I remember you said you saw something, and you urged me to come with you. I remember you dragged me into the swamp. I felt like you were going to pull my arm off. How strong you were even back then. And then the lights began to appear above. We just sat there for hours. I'm amazed that you remember that.
It was what came to mind when you kissed me.
Well, maybe I'll just keep kissing you until you remember more. She just gives you like a like a smile.
I don't like
No, I kid. It's all right. It's all right. Slowly, we'll take our time.
Okay, that sounds good.
You go and kill as many things you need to kill. If that helps you remember, great. If words do, great. If time does, great. Just I don't know how your new situation is. You're a little more pale than I remember. But still, be careful out there. These lowlights, they use poison. They use traps. They don't use the elements. They use most unnatural things.
Doesn't really work on me.
You just sort of like raise an eyebrow, not sure what you mean. Well, in either case, if you ever need someone to heal you, I'll be right there.
There, and when we're out there, if something happens, just yell. I will come running if I can.
She smiles, says, "Don't worry, and she holds, and she's gonna hold
Hey,
the
Zero, thank you
pendant
for
you
resub.
gave
11
her.
months.
Says,
I appreciate it,
I
brother.
know you will. You already are."
She gives that like little like half smile that she kind of has sometimes. Alright, I should go find the others, and I will
Yeah.
leave you to your lesson.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Good luck out there.
Right.
I can't wait to see what life is going to be like after this victory, after our people are made safe forever from these spiders. And she turns and goes back to this lesson. You see her like kind of like shake her shoulders a little bit, like
Yes.
she was a little tense at first, but then sort of relaxes right after the
It's like almost
conversation,
3
as
years,
the
brother.
conversation was going. As you sort of return, and as you have that sort of half smile on your face, you feel a little twitch in the back of your mind. Your vision kind of blurs or almost goes a little red for a second before it fades from you. A gentle reminder of who you belong to, of who you love. As you try to sort of shake that feeling, that brief moment, we hear the marching of the feet as everyone the following day begins to move. Odo, you wanted to check out this Elrin fellow and the Brynrilla. Absolutely, man. You can Binrilla, but yeah, Brinrilla. Absolutely. You can give me an insight roll, Odo. You can do it with advantage with the help of your faithful companion, Kaida.
Inside.
Insight. I want to talk to Red. Gotcha.
Well, he'd like to try and do it stealthily, like when they don't think he's watching.
Easily. You can be around at any time. Ooh, natural 20. Huh? Stealth roll as well. Go ahead. Oh my god. God damn, you rolled two 1920s.
He's
back
really
to
suspicious
back.
of the two.
I'm gonna put your mind to ease. It's not them. You look and follow them a whole day. They do not do anything suspicious. They seem to be genuine, sort of caring people who maybe not. Only thing you discover about them is like they're probably not gonna do well in just like full-on altercations. They're healers and shamans. If like someone shows up and starts slashing at them, they are like. They have hearts of steel. They're not gonna flee, but they're not really gonna survive just duking it out with someone. But other than that, you don't think they're suspicious. You don't think it's them.
After a while, Odo introduce himself and make sure that they have warriors nearby that can fight with their groups, because he knows that they're going to be the healing location points.
Exactly. They both sort of nod along. Says, "Excellent idea." The task hand was mentioning something about looking into seeing if the Kosh task are willing to leave some of their warriors with us, but I don't believe they'll want to stay behind and not go to the front line.
Yeah, you might want some of the Dalaran to stay with you.
Very well, huh? We'll see if some of our warriors can stay behind.
Yeah, that would be the best bet, I think. All right, thank you.
You meet with Array a little later, and the two of you also had a moment that evening. I think you share a tent before the morning of the battle, if that is, of course, what Odo would want.
Live their moment.
Absolutely. She tells you, like, I've been very confident about, like, in the morning, right? As you guys are, like, dressing up and putting your armors on and everything. She says, I gotta be honest. I've been confident every single step of this journey. And now we're at the finish line, and I'm scared beyond belief. This is the real thing. This is war. This is battle. I mean, we've been into all kinds of scrapes and combats, but this is different. This is entire populations of villages thrown against each other. How do you stay so calm in times like this?
I don't know another way. That's always, what do they say? It's always the darkest before dawn, right? But
She
you
sort of
got
chuckles
us.
and smiles. Yeah. She says, that might be the most brave or arrogant thing I've ever heard. In either case, I like it. She gives you a kiss and says, come on, we can't be late. Time to destroy Doomeran.
Let's go.
Two of you walk on out and go meet up with the army. Everyone prepared at this point. Ayla, the following morning, you're sitting there. Red is being fed at the moment. There's like a big old slab of like sheep meat that he's eating. And he sort of turns his head to look at you. These little kind of squawking almost sounds mixed with this hissing every time he opens his mouth.
She's gonna say in Draconic, hi Red. So Veren wants you to fly with me today. There's gonna be a lot of dangerous things going on. And I
He just
need,
sort of
need you to
clicks his
listen
teeth
to
together,
me,
excited.
okay? I need you to very listen, okay?
He's like deflates a little bit, knowing you're gonna ask him to be cautious, right? And kind of deflates a little bit, but looks up to you and kind of bumps his forehead into your chest, sort of agreeing.
If something happens to me, you have to go to him, okay? You cannot stay there with me.
He shows his teeth as like, I don't like this plan.
You have to promise me.
Just sort of deflates a little bit as if sort of, okay, that's the gesture you get.
You have to protect him, okay?
He sort of bumps his forehead against your chest again.
Okay, good.
Sort of nuzzles into you, pushes his head into you as you sort of give him some scratches. Okay, yeah. You
Yeah,
get on the back of Red as he spreads out his wings and is ready to fly, yeah? Ayla, while you're in the air, you look off to the side and you see far off in the distance currently. Red doesn't notice it. Far off in the distance, you see a purple comet just moving across the distant wasteland.
Oh gosh. She's
Red is looking the other way and just kind of goes the other way. He doesn't notice. He's like, yep, we're going that way. We're going this way.
Oh, God.
As all of this commotion, I think you realize, Ayla, you're like, oh, fuck. I hope Varen, like, accounted for this. This is going to be the loudest thing that's going to happen here, this massive battle. And there's this bastard Chimera King just floating around shooting fireballs at people from above and meteor striking from above. Maybe we can use that for ourselves, or maybe we don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole, right?
She's gonna try to fly. How long how do you have to be for message? Let me see.
For message, like 120 feet or something.
Can she get 120 feet of Aaron and just mention to him about Titan because she could see him?
Yeah, absolutely. You sort of message him. He looks over to you as you're sort of flying above him in the sky as he sees Red up there. He says, nothing to worry about. Titan is a fearsome beast, and none of us, maybe not even myself, could match him in combat. But he's not stupid. He'll only come if he sees an opportunity to pick off stragglers. We're moving in formation. There won't be any stragglers. If, however, any of us break rank and flee, well, that could be problematic. Have you dealt with the beast before?
Yes, we didn't fight it though. We kind of, well, Alcina talked to it.
Right. Whatever happened to Alcina?
She said she had to go do some business.
Business? Very well.
But she said something about if we ever see Volstrucker to run away. I don't know what that is.
That is a very dangerous piece of information, but she's right. I'll explain more once we get some more time. It's not relevant right now. Thank you for your concern, but if there are stragglers and you're with Red, let someone else handle it. 'Cause if you and Red try, Titan shows up, you're gonna have a hell of a time trying to get Red to back away. And trust me, I love the big guy. He doesn't stand a chance.
I know. I got them to go away one time, but I don't think I could do it again.
I think you can do anything you set your mind to. I really do. Now let's go. And he turns and continues to speak. Which, by the way, he's got an incredible mind for tactics here. He's having this mental conversation with you while he's also giving orders to people and talking to people around. Right? As you guys begin to march with the army here. As war for Doomeran, the Battle of Doomeran begins. But of course, it will begin next session, you guys. We are very close to session end, as where we usually sort of end it here. So we're gonna call it here and pick up next time as we head into the Vermaloc Wildwood, the bloody red forest that surrounds the hidden citadel. Many challenges and horrors await. But shall we defeat them all? There lies glory. Forever written our names in history books. And an awesome date in the capital. All great rewards. So you guys,
Boy.
that's where we're going to end the session for tonight. Thank you all so much for playing. Yeah. This was supposed to be a Taldore adventure. We were supposed to be on a spooky island, talking or
Spooky?
seeing some snake people around.
Snake people.
But but yeah, it is what it is. We there was a great suggestion, Jess. Like, might as well, right?
Yeah.
Since it's just the four of us and it's just Emily and she couldn't make it. Let's do this one because Rav won't be able to do the Thursday one. So by the way, you guys, yeah, Thursday we're not playing. I'm gonna see if I can post a little thing in the chat and be like, yo, one shot, whoever's interested, let me know. I'll let you know what level, blah, 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 new system, all that fun stuff. And I'll see if I can get some more people. If not, if I don't message, I probably got too busy. And once again, I'm still like moving. I'm not yet moved. I can't move until my internet is properly in because I'm a programmer. I need internet to work with stuff. So
Fair.
No,
I'm
you need
chilling.
internet to play D&D is what you need internet for.
Okay, yeah, that's the priority. You're right. What the fuck am I talking about?
Rim work D&D.
Exact. I gotta get my priorities straight. I don't know what came over me, you guys. I'm
I
sorry.
mean, come on.
All right. Well, first of all, good job. We have finished we're not finished a major quest yet. We are not leveling quite yet, I should mention. However, shall we survive and shall Doomeran fall? We might just be leveling up and getting a ton of money and maybe a bunch of artifacts that a whole nation of evil drow worshipping Lolth might have stocked in their vaults and
Oh my
such.
god,
Who knows? Who
Alondra is
knows?
probably
A
drooling.
specific, very specific
Who needs stuff? We just want renown, right?
Yes,
weapon
yes.
that someone's been clamoring for.
A needle-like weapon that might just be in there somewhere.
Someone took
All
it
right.
and ran off with it.
You
as
get
you
there
guys
to
get
get
there-
it, and Alcina's like, hey!
Grabs it, jumps through the window, gone. Yeah, no,
She
we'll see
stole
how.
your heart and your weapon.
Oh my
Oh, no.
god, this is like
Yoink.
a telenovela type of deal. All right. So, yeah, no, you guys,
Spanish.
GG's. Take care out there. We're not playing Thursday. There might be a one shot. Other than that, we're back on Sunday. We play in on Sunday. Hopefully, Emily can make it. If she still can't make it, yeah, it's a little awkward, right? Because I would like to continue the Taldore one. But if Emily is specifically not the one available, then the rest of us can be like, well, we can always just play Wildemount because Jay over-prepares. I've prepared like months and months. I tend to like over-prepare when it comes to DMing. I find it fun. But we can always play Wildemount, right, if necessary. However, I
What
do
if-
want to return to Taldore.
What if we go off the rails? I'm just curious.
How do you mean?
Like, you prepare so far in advance, but what if we just, like, say, oh, fuck that, we're
Improv.
going, across the sea or something
Yeah,
crazy.
you gotta improv.
You don't think I got a bunch of sea maps already prepared? You don't think I haven't got half of the Empire prepared already just in case you guys make some crazy decision? Yeah, no,
Well,
I didn't have to prepare that much with my son because he's 10, but because
Mhm.
my boyfriend started playing, he's such a fucking jackass that I have to like over prepare. He asked me so many
Yeah, yeah.
questions because my son doesn't ask me shit, right? And I just stare at him and I'm just like, now you're making me have to like actually do a lot of work now because like I
Here's
have
the
to
thing.
really prepare.
Yeah. Here's the thing. You guys, while we do play D&D and have all the fun together, this is a paid game as well, and I take personal responsibility knowing the setting. Right now, I'm 90% sure if you guys ask me anything about this setting, I'll be able to tell you on the spot. That's also because I'm a giant fucking nerd, right? But also because I find it like, hey man, this is a fun D&D game. I like to be able to, like, whatever you guys ask me, I can be like, here's a handout, here's some text about it, here's some knowledge that you get from it, right?
Here's my
I personally feel comfortable knowing everything about the setting I'm running. Yeah. So yeah.
I have a question for you about your setting then.
Okay.
When's the crossover episode?
Okay, that is not canon nor lore question. I can't answer that off the top of my head. But
When
let's
do
just
the
say,
Dawn Guard and Nightingale meet and or have to help each other?
well, here's the thing. These events are happening at the same time. Should a large enough event happen on this side or that side of the world, and heroes need to be called to action, who knows? You know, we might just see someone showing up and being, hey, I heard the world needs saving. I'm in the business of world saving, so...
The Dawn Guard, for sure, heroes. These guys...
These guys,
What
I
are
mean,
you talking
Ayla,
about?
What are you
for
talking
sure.
about? What are you
Ayla
talking
for
about?
sure is a good person, and Odo wants to be a world-renowned #1 duelist, right? So, yeah, absolutely. You gotta go fight all the evil beings and villains to become
Oh
that.
my god. I could just imagine Odo meeting fucking Guy and Bella.
Oh no.
I think Ayla would love Bella.
Listen, that's all fun and great in games, but me, the DM, is like, please do not make me fight 3 fighters. That's the worst fucking thing ever. I don't want to do that. Oh my
2 is
god,
already enough.
17 attacks.
I
Yeah.
just like to think like a scenario where Ash is like, I have you now, and then Sky, Bella, and
Action
Odo are like,
surge,
you're
bitch.
fucking here with us.
It's so funny because whenever I tell my boyfriend about me playing Ayla, he's like, you know, when you talk about playing your character, I can tell you really have to roleplay that because that doesn't sound anything like you would do. Exactly. She's completely opposite
But
of
that's
Jen.
the fun. That's the fun of D&D. You get to sort of delve into these strange personalities. Personally, I myself
yeah.
am not a 8-legged demon queen of spiders, but I love to think about what she would think about, right? So that's pretty fun for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Jokes aside, you guys, GG's. Fingers crossed, we're back on usual schedule. I should be done with all this moving. Once again, moving is done. I'm just waiting on the internet. Just the internet people are dragging me along. So hopefully, once they're done, I'll give you guys a little tour of the place once it's all set and done, and we'll be back to like every single week schedule as long as people are available. We're still looking for the Thursday for one more person for this game, right? Which is going to be wild if someone joins at this point, right? They're like, wait, we're doing what? Where? Holy shit. Right? So, by the way, Jen had a suggestion. Her friend was possibly interested in joining. However, they mentioned that like he's got like new work schedule, stuff like that. So he might have to wait a few weeks before he'll let me know if he's like able to actually join.
Okay. Yeah. He's from my old game.
Mm-hmm.
My old game with Roxy.
Wow.
I had like 4 friends in that game, like the DM and the wife I don't talk to, but all the other people that are still in the game I talk to. And so he's one of those people, and he's really good. He's a really good player.
Imagine if he joins with his previous character into this campaign.
And he's got to deal with Roxy again. He's like, oh my god, this fucking bitch again.
Oh man, but yeah, no. We'll see if we have an individual. The game is still posted on like looking for players. We're looking for one more player. If someone shows up, great. Honestly, I think you guys are doing fine as you are right now. But just because we might come to a situation of like one of you is like, you know, I can't make it today, I got stuff going on, then we're down to 3, and then it's a little like, well, shit, if we have fighting, it's going to take a lot more time, it's going to be a lot more complicated for less players, and a lot less roleplay that session as well. So that's why I usually prefer 5. In either case, you guys, go take a look at the new player's handbook. Take a look at all the changes to some of the spells that have been done and such. There is some pretty nuts stuff. There's some pretty busted stuff.
There's changes to spells? I didn't realize that. I didn't take any of the
Exactly.
spells.
Zach, go take a look at Conjure Minor Elementals. All of the Conjure spells have been changed. You no longer just put stuff on the field that has hit points and stuff. Conjure Minor Elementals is going to be absolutely fucking insane for any melee spellcaster, any like melee hitting spellcaster. Conjure Minor Elementals just says you have a 10-foot aura around you, people in it are in difficult terrain, and every melee or any weapon attack you hit with does extra 2d8 damage. So it's kind of like Shadow Blade. Yeah, but it's a 4th level still, right? Take a look at them. There's a bunch of them. However, everyone's like, this is busted because every upcast of the spell increases the damage by 2d8 rather than 1d8, which is absolutely fucking nuts. Some fun stuff.
That's really cool.
One that people are super fan of is, you guys know Spirit Guardians. We love them. We love Spirit Guardians. Big old spell, does damage to people nearby. It's now a bonus action to cast. That's probably my favorite change.
It is
Pretty
in
wild.
Baldur's Gate,
That's nuts.
right?
Yes. Yeah.
Bonus action in the Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate lets you do cast 2 spells also.
Yeah.
This is
Baldur's
fucking
Gate,
crazy.
a lot of the spells were changed according to Baldur's Gate. A lot of the changes they used from it. Which, yeah, people fucking loved the game and they loved how it worked. So,
dude, you know what I'm about to change in my game? That fucking sharpshooter. I'm sick of my boyfriend and his bullshit with his sharpshooter. I was like, you know what? You're the reason why they changed this shit.
Sharpshooter got quite a bit of a nerf.
Hey, I mean, great, but Weapon Master did too. So.
Not as much, I don't think, as Sharpshooter now does increase your dex by 1 up to 20. You still get to ignore half cover and 3/4 cover. You now instead, like, you still have the long range shots don't impose disadvantage, and firing in melee doesn't impose disadvantage. But Sharpshooter no longer does the like +5, +10, -5 thing, right? But it doesn't have any damage increases whatsoever. Sharpshooter just says, yeah, man, you're really good at landing your shots no matter the distance. That's Sharpshooter. Great Weapon Master now no longer has the thing that it says -5 to hit, +10 to damage. It just says when you're attacking with heavy weapons, you get to add extra damage to the damage equal to your proficiency. No -5, no +10. Just every single attack does extra, you're level 5. Every single attack does extra 3 points of damage. That's it.
So we can have that new Great Weapon Master, right?
Yeah, I'm totally fine. I personally think the new Grey Weapon Master is better than the old one. Because, sure, the -5 doesn't really matter much when you're level 20, when you're level 15, right? But lower levels, I would much rather just always do extra 3 points of damage every single hit.
Yeah, interesting.
Kind of nuts. Anyway, you guys, I'm going to post a thing. I don't know if you guys use I think we talked about it before. I think you guys do. The 5e Tools, the website for all the D&D content, right? Love a little website. Miracle it's not taken down. Here is a link in the general chat. That's the link to the 2024 Player's Handbook. We have it on Roll20. It's much easier to peruse here in 5e Tools, personally, I think. So take a look at the stuff that concerns your characters, the spells, some of the feats, and stuff like that, and we'll change or swap out everything accordingly. Yeah. So yeah, there you go. Fun stuff.
I know.
I am. Oh yeah, by the way, they changed mobile over to Speedy. It's just called Speedy now instead of mobile.
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing. However, now you don't automatically just run away from people when you attack them. You know how with mobile you would attack someone, they just can't attack you. Right? They changed that, so you no longer have to attack anyone for it. You instead just straight up has a thing that says opportunity attacks against you have advantage. Oh, sorry, disadvantage.
Disadvantage. So they still get the chance to attack.
You don't need to attack people anymore to do it, but they still get a swing at a disadvantage. So, I don't know. But it does increase your dex now, or con, depending on which one you want. All of the feats, and except the one that you start with, the origin ones, increase your stats in some way, +1 to something, yeah? So yeah.
It's kind of interesting what they did with Alert, that I can swap my initiative roll with someone else. That's
Yes,
interesting.
alert is incredible. Alert is really nice, and also the way they made it now. There's two types of feats. There is general feats and there is origin feats. Origin feats. So from now on, you guys, you will no longer be like, oh, I'm a dwarf. I get a +2 to my con and +1 to my strength. That's no longer a thing. You no longer get stats based off of your race. Now you get stats based off of your background you take. Your background gives you, by default, a +2 and a +1, or 3 +1s, however you want to divide it, and a feat, one of these general feats. And it's pretty crazy because alert is a general feat. You can just start every single one of your characters with alert, or tough, or lucky, stuff like that, right? Pretty nice.
Wow, that's
Well,
Yeah.
that's
crazy.
cool.
Enough of me yapping and nerding about
I
D&D.
do.
I will leave you guys to read it on your own whenever you feel like it.
Well, I do have a quick question.
Oi.
If we pull this stuff into
It's not gonna
Sunday's,
work, right? It's not gonna let you.
well, yeah, because like that's like the big one for like me is like my weapon type doesn't exist.
Wait, what do you mean?
Uh, they don't have guns slash
Oh yes,
firearms.
we talked about
Yeah.
it. We talked about it before. We're gonna go use basically crossbows as a sort of exchange for it. I'm sure someone will soon enough come up with a mastery, like a homebrew type of thing. But until then, we'll use, I think, hand crossbow. Well, I think all of the crossbows have the same master, which is Vex.
So we actually are you sure you want to give Sky a feat that when she
Vex,
hits
yeah, it's
something
nuts.
it gives her more advantage?
Well, here's the thing. Let me take a look. Hand, heavy, and light. Light crossbow has the slow property, which slows people down, which could make sense. You shoot someone with a gun, you're slowed down. Heavy crossbow pushes people away. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. I don't think you have a big old gun.
If I had
Well,
a
you mostly use your
shotgun, that
pistol.
would make sense.
Yeah, if you had a shotgun. Vex is just when you shoot someone, you make them easier to shoot again. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. That's how these weapon masteries work. I don't know if you guys know this. The new player's handbook is very much so focused on making player characters feel powerful, feel like powerful fantasy adventures, right? They're all getting buffs. Everyone's getting more abilities, more cool things to do, and that's fine. That's cool by me because I am always been of the opinion, hey man, I'm gonna make a villain fuck your shit up, but I'm really hoping you guys win because I'm not here to just be like, and the super demon squats on you and you die and you're instantly dead. That's boring, right? So instead, it should be a difficult fight, but I want to see you guys do some fucking awesome shit, right? So player characters feeling overpowered is a good thing, is my
Yeah,
opinion.
I know because Jess and I looked over the fighter changes, and we're like, man, if we institute these changes, we're just going to be like crazy.
We're doing it. Put them in.
Yeah, I mean
Alright.
Vex is way better than mine with slow. Slow is not even that good. 10 feet is nothing.
For the longbow?
Yeah.
What does short bow do? Short bow.
It does
okay.
Vex.
Oh, Vex as well. Okay, so smaller weapons do Vex, and the bigger weapons do like push.
Yeah,
Yeah,
mine
I
does
think
slow.
mine does push. The pike, right? Pike, push.
It's
Pike.
different. It's different if like I can shoot it twice and it would be 10 feet every time I shot it, because then it would be 30 feet in my first round.
I mean, that's
But if
yeah.
it's not adding up, what the hell is 10 feet gonna do? Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it lets you reposition people a little bit here. Although I will say, just to sort of like, if you want to balance it out, I'm totally fine saying like, yeah, longbow has Vex, uses the Vex ability as well, right?
I mean,
Makes sense. It's another piercing weapon. What's the difference, short bow or longbow?
Because that's the thing is like a pike has push, but then a lance, which is also piercing, has topple.
I'm fine with you taking either of those for masteries, like topple or push. That's fine by me. As long
Yeah.
as they are comparative weapon types, right? Like longbow, shortbow, like pike and lance, like halberd. What does halberd do? Take a look at that one as
Halberd's
well.
cleave.
What is
So
that?
it's
I'm
because it
assuming
has
that means
it's because it
multiple
has like a
people.
kind of have like an
it's
axe on the
slashing.
top of
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
it's so
Oh, you can make a melee
the
attack roll against the second creature within 5 feet. The second creature doesn't take the weapon's damage. Oh, it takes the Take the weapon damage, but don't add your ability modifier unless it's
exactly.
negative. Gotcha. So you just get to
Which
sort
is
of, yeah,
kind of
cleave the
crazy
guy
with a reach weapon too.
with like a D10. Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Honestly, I'd say if you guys are interested in these masteries, but you don't like the specific one for your weapon, you can totally just message me about it, and we can totally make it so you take the comparative weapon, right? So you can take lance instead of halberd, or pike instead of lance, or whatever. Have short bow instead of longbow, that type of stuff. For you, Jess, guns, hand crossbow makes sense to me. When you shoot someone with a gun, they go, "Ow, ow! I can't move as fast. I'm easier to shoot now."
For
Right?
me,
So
it said pistol on here.
there
It
is
said it.
pistol.
It said it on the 5e tools when I looked at
Yeah, there's a pistol on
weapons.
here.
Oh, it does have a
It
pistol.
says Vex.
And it has Vex. So yeah, there you go. We
Oh,
got it. Pistol
cool.
uses Vex.
Yeah. hmm
Okay, cool.
It's the one that he didn't want you to have, or the one you didn't want him to have anyway. It's pretty good though. Advantage in your
Vex
next
is
attack.
nuts.
Is
Oh
pretty
yeah,
good.
we
Yeah,
were
yeah,
saying it's too powerful.
It's
I
it's
this
really
agree,
nice,
but it's
and I don't
good.
believe any of these have a limit, right? As long as you keep hitting with your weapon, they
Exactly.
just keep applying these effects.
That's why I
So
think
if
like top is crazy.
any of you with a Vex go blam, I shoot him, and then blam, I shoot him with advantage, and then actions are blam, advantage, you just keep stacking it. Once again, it's
That's
all about sort of
fucking
like
crazy.
pushing the advantage. So yeah, that's fine.
Okay, just wait till Sunday then. Or it is Sunday, but
Jesus Christ.
Hey man, I've ran D&D. I've ran multiple level 20 D&D campaigns. I'm not afraid of anything. I've seen a guy kill a fucking astral dreadnought in less than a round. Fighters are disgusting
insane.
creatures. Is all I gotta say.
We're getting to. I don't think I've played higher level than what we're at now, so
Cool.
this is all new to me.
Hey, guys gotta be careful. We're getting to higher levels, which means all bets are off. The enemies are gonna have some scary abilities and will seem like they can overwhelm you with numbers. Just remember, like action economy wins fights. So if you get overwhelmed, you gotta cut those numbers down. Oh, take a look at stuff. Take a look at the feats. Take a look at the spells. There's a lot of the changes to some of the spells. One of the interesting spells I thought changes was. You guys know the resistance cantrip, right? The cantrip that just says you cast it on someone, that person has a d4 to their saving throws for 1 round. That's a little different now. Now it says choose a element type, like lightning, fire, acid, dead type of stuff. You cast resistance on someone, that person subtract d4 from that type of damage for the turn. So a bit of a, I think, downgrade. You no longer like protect someone with saves. Instead, you reduce the damage they take. I don't know. Could be interesting. Yeah.
What's the best way to like figure out these new spells or the new wordings? Because I'm like, there's so many spells. I'm not going to sit here
Well,
with all of them.
I good luck. I don't know. There's really other than like just looking through them one by one, right?
Yeah, I gotta read them through them.
It's
I
just a
know.
lot.
I'm going through
Some of
them
them
right
are pretty
now,
much just changed spells that do stuff. Oh, by the way, Jess, did you have Divine Favor on Sky?
Had
You changed, right?
yes, because I mean I've got the hadn't just got like a dead spell.
Well,
What?
Divine Favor is no longer concentration.
Right
Divine
after she
Favor.
switched it out.
Right. Divine Favor is now just first level bonus action. You cast this spell for a minute straight, no concentration. You do extra 1d4 points of radiant damage.
Top my hunter's mark.
On top
Okay,
of the
go.
hunt, I know, right? It's a paladin must. However, it is a paladin only spell, and they made sure that people can get it because Magic Initiate now says choose from wizard, cleric, or like druid, right? So you can.
That
They took it away.
Yeah, because they gave. Here's the thing: the reason they did that is because Divine Smite is now a spell, and you technically get it with Magic Initiate. So they're like, no, we gotta limit it to these classes instead.
Interesting.
So yeah, that's why they did it. So
That's weird. I don't even see Zephyr Strike on here anymore. Did they remove it?
they didn't remove it. These are some of the just the spells that were changed. If it's not in here, you just use the old version of it.
Are we doing anything with like the background species things? Like Are we
No need
going
to
with-
change. No need to change your stats or anything like that. We're not gonna touch that. We're gonna leave that as it is, as we created the characters as that. We're just gonna use the new spells if we like that, features if we like them, and such. And the whole background origin, like character creation part, if we do another campaign after this one, maybe we'll do it then. But for now, we'll leave the stats as they are.
Oh, Zach, it says you can't use your unseen servant as a slave. They changed it.
What? No way.
They have
Well,
rights
okay,
now.
let's be
Yeah.
real. Sebastian's a butler, okay? He's willing participant
Making them
in
brush your dang hair.
serving me.
Also, Unseen Servant, no longer concentration. You just you can
Oh,
have this
great.
guy. He's just
Oh,
around.
no.
Just have him
That's
around all the
amazing.
time, and he's a ritual.
That's insane. 1
Just a-
hour
Oh.
duration, though.
Just a
I
guy.
mean, Sebastian's going to be around much more often then.
Oh, God.
Excellent. There's some new cantrip. Sorcerers got a specific cantrip for them now. I think it's just called Sorcerous Blast.
What?
Let me see.
I don't think.
Where-
Yeah, burst.
Sorcerer's Burst. Yeah, you throw a spell at someone, make an attack roll, 1d8 damage. Choose damage type: acid, cold, fire, all of the types. Right. If you roll an 8 on the damage, you roll an additional d8 on top of it.
Well, that's cool.
And you can only stack these d8s up to your spellcasting modifier number of dice. Right. So if you
okay.
have 5 to charisma, you shoot this thing, and it does an 8, and it rerolls, and another 8, and another 8, and you can go up to 40 damage, potentially, with
Yeah.
that cantrip at level 1.
Wow, that's
Remember when
crazy.
you hit me with that Rambo dealio and it basically killed me? Because
Yeah,
it kept getting...
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Druids got
It's gonna be a
another...
glitter bomb. I'm gonna make it a glitter bomb.
Well, druids have a glitterbomb type of cantrip now as well. It's called like Mote of Starlight or something like that. Basically, it's a little like what's like a cleric cantrip one where you cast it, they make a dex save. It does radiant damage. What am I thinking of?
Sacred Flame?
The one that you, Sacred Flame, the one I was going to say that you use as a moon sorcerer. It's sort of like that. You make a dex save. However, if they are like shape changer, the one that druids have, if someone is a shape changer, you do like more damage to them, which is like like druidy moon stuff. Nifty. Oh, also, big change. Cure Wounds and Healing Word and Mass Cure Wounds and Mass Healing Word, all the healing spell, now by default start with not 1d8 or 1d4 healing, they start with 2d8 or 2d4. So first level Healing Word is now
Wow.
2d4 healing.
That's
First level Cure
great.
Wounds is 2d8.
Wow.
That's
So
gonna
just
be great for
healing
me.
overall, healing overall is just now better. Because that was the main complaint of people of like, yeah, man, I'm not healing you until you're down on the ground. It doesn't pay off, right? Because you're gonna just get hit way harder than I can heal you. Now
Yeah,
you can
you
actually
never out
out-heal
heal the
damage.
damage.
Exactly.
The
Now
only
you
one
can
that
time-
could was Live Cleric, and that's because they got
Correct.
that bonus. But that was
Yes.
it. Yeah.
Oh, my personal favorite. I'm a cleric favorite class. There's a spell that was already pretty great before, known as Prayer of Healing. If you guys remember this is a spell that says, second level spell, 10 minutes. You cast the spell, you give your whole party 2d8 plus your, wisdom bonus to healing, right? Nifty. Now, Prayer of Healing says, 10 minutes, you cast the spell, you heal your party for 2d8, and also everyone gets benefits of a short rest. So a 10-minute short
Wow.
rest.
That's crazy.
Fucking nuts.
I never took prayer healing because it didn't really seem like it was worth it, but I have
an
it
out
on
of
my
combat.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna step out, guys. I will catch you later.
Night, everyone. Night.
I'm about to
Bye.
bounce out as well. GG's. Good night to everyone.
Night.
All right, GG.
Peace out, friends.
Okay, everybody that was hanging out for D&D, I certainly appreciate you. 1 second here. Where's this at? Do 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 do. That is on the wrong thing. Volume mixer. There we go. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and stream and then hop back on. I'm going to do Everville. So I'll be back in like a minute. We'll do a couple rounds of Everville for everybody. Be back in a second.